Friends, welcome in. Azure, I do believe you're first. And Moda, welcome in. How are you doing today? Ooh. Persona 5. Alright, let's see. Now I'm just ready to tackle the world listening to this. How are you guys doing? Let me, double check that I have things open. Beep, 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 beep. I'm doing good. Let's see. I think I have... Is this on? It is. Okay, cool. Alright, I think we're pretty much ready to go. So, wabam! Welcome, everybody. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to a new week, probably for most of us. Could be Tuesday for some of you, but I don't really know where you are in the world. I'm doing well. Today's been a pretty good day. Gotten some stuff done. Cleaned up a little bit. And worked on some design things, but that's just about it. But what about you guys? How has your day been? One, you may notice that we're doing something a little bit different today, which is that we're actually starting in just chatting. Instead of starting in the game and then chatting for however long and then you know, starting the game, even though we've been sitting in that category for hours. So we're actually starting in just chatting today. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, I feel like chat's been getting on my case about it. So, so it feels like today was the day. I was like, you know what? New week, new me. Let's start off with something different. So we're starting in just chatting. We'll see how it goes. As you know, time goes on. I'm sure we might get some random people in here at some point. You know, we'll just be nice to them. So this is just chatting. It is. So not the entire stream. We'll be going into Mario plus Rabbids, but we'll be kind of like how all of our streams work. Welcome, Azure. Welcome back. You were first, by the way. All of our streams, we start off by talking first. That's kind of just the standard. But usually I just sit in whatever game category we're in and we just talk until I'm like, okay, let's start the game now. This is the first time you actually use just chatting. I think I have, I've used just chatting before, but this is the first time of recent times that I'm using just chatting as part of the just the normal what we're going to be doing from now on, where we start in just chatting, we chat for a bit, and then we'll hop into the game, probably. That way there's no empty promises. Warming up, is that kind of the before we get into a thing? Nice. Okay, cool. I didn't know that, but thank you for that. I just added it. So Moda, yeah, the stream will be more than likely we'll get to Mario plus Rabbids at some point today. I learned we're on the last world of at least the main story. I didn't realize that. I guess when I played before, I must have stopped in between World 3 and World 4. But I did a bunch of challenges, and so it said my progress was a lot further in than... I think it said I was at 70-something%. And just the other day we were at 60, but I was like, I don't remember any of this. So anyway, I think I learned that's what it was. We've progressed further than I had previously. But yeah, we're in the last world. of the main story, and then we've got a DLC to do, so we'll be doing that as well at some point. I'm running out of title puns, and so that means we need to finish the game sooner rather than later. And I have no idea what I'm gonna do when the sequel comes out. All of these have sort of been puns on other, like, shooter games. I've already forgotten most of the ones we've done, but I know some of them have been good. This one, I'm kind of reusing a pun in a way, so not my best. But I couldn't really think of anything else. What song is this? It seems so serious. I don't know what it is. We're just gonna skip it. We're gonna skip this one as well. I want at least some... There you go. This seems good. The second game is called, like, Sparks of Hope, right? Maybe we'll do puns off of that. Somehow we'll kind of work the puns from that angle versus just puns of shooter games with Mario stuff in it. I don't know. Emmers, welcome in. How are you doing? How is your Monday? My day actually started off kind of rough. My stomach wasn't doing too well. But I'm fine now. My stomach feels fine. Took some Pepto-Bismol. And my stomach has settled since then. But besides that, though, gotten things done. Sent off another emote design to somebody. See if they like it. Oh no, I agreed to help out my old department this week. So much regret. Oh no. Just not enjoying the work as much. I feel like I remember you mentioning you work in a glass making factory or something, right? Something with glass, and that's why you've had so many cuts on your hands and stuff. Trying to think what else. Oh, have to wear a lot of PPE. Yep. That, I bet. That makes sense. that makes sense. Yeah, that can be a lot. Especially, I'm sure that's not great depending on how... We make mirrors for cars. That's right. I remember you mentioning that. That's right. Depending on how hot it is outside and also inside the building, I'm sure wearing a lot of PPE can be really annoying. But it's for your safety. Today, surprisingly, it has felt a lot cooler in my apartment, and I am loving it. I am loving it. I'm not just walking around sweating, which has been the case for, like, the past couple of weeks, it's felt like. I've just had I have, like, stand-up fans. Ben, welcome in. How are you doing today? How was your stream? Let me give you a shout out, and not just a shout out, but pause the music, wait for it, count of 3, a fist bump. Ben, thank you so much for the raid and for bringing your friends here. If you'd like a fist bump, go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, bam. Let's see, and let's go back to music now. Opons, thank you so much for the alert. You're early a little bit. How was good? There was blood and bowl. That's awesome. Love it. I've seen people play Blood Bowl, but I've never played it myself. And I've seen, like, the minis. I've seen minis at my comic book shop, and I think they look pretty cool. But how are you doing? Mickey DTV and definitely cheating. Not enough blood, IMO. That's fair. How are you guys doing today? We are chatting right now, but we'll be moving into Mario plus Rabbids soonish. We never know. We just kind of talk here for a bit. As long as chat's chatting, I'm chatting. Well, not enough tree or halfling blood. Wow. Okay, rude. Nice. Back getting a slice of cake? Nice. What kind of slice of cake did you get? What kind of cake? A slice from what kind of cake is what I mean. Are you guys playing competitively against like another player, or are you playing against like AI? What are you or like an online just randoms? You have the league going? Nice. That's awesome. It looks like fun. I have no idea how it plays. I hate this part of the song, so we're skipping it. Executive decision. Got 9 armor breaks. Dang. Cap! Your lip reading? Still on the clock, but hey, I appreciate you being here. We love Cap. We love Cap here. So just in the case you can't read, my lips, I'll do this for you, so you know that we care about you. Boom. Look, there you go. That way you know. That way you know. Leftover chocolate cake from my brother's birthday yesterday. Awesome. Well, happy birthday to Moda's brother. I hope the cake is delicious. It's fun when you have a group of friends playing it. Have you guys ever played the tabletop? There's a tabletop version, right? Because I'm like positive I've seen minis that you can like paint and put together. Right? Am I making that up? I'm pretty sure I have. Some have, but most haven't. That's fair. I feel like if I were to try out the game, I would rather play the video game first. It's in the Warhammer universe. I didn't know that. There's a tabletop version, but I'm pretty sure it takes significantly longer to play, probably. There's so many dice rolls that it's 1,000 times easier playing the game. Yeah, I bet. That's that's kind of the danger with some of the tabletop games. I play a board game called Root. A friend of mine kind of introduced me to it. It's like what kind of game is it? It's like a war game sort of, but it's wrapped up in a oh, Ben, thank you so much for that follow. It's sort of wrapped up in like a really cute presentation. Like the different factions are animals. You've got like what is it called? Like Le Marquis de Chat is like the cat marquis, and then you have like the like underground people, but they're I don't know, the resistance, and they're all like woodland creatures. Woodland Alliance, I think is what it's called. And you have all sorts of other factions and stuff, but it's a really fun game to play, even if you have the board game. But they came out with a game on Steam, and it makes it so much easier. It's so much easier because you don't have to. It just automates so much of it for you that it's a little bit easier to play and probably to understand. Well, it's a fun game. If you're ever interested in those types of games, I'd say give it a shot. It's probably one of the coolest parts about it is that it's like asynchronous play in a way where everyone has their own objectives and their own ways to score points. So in order to be good at the game, you kind of have to understand how the other teams work. What their requirements for achieving points are. Because like the Woodland Alliance, I think they get points by exploding buildings and gaining favor of like the people in different like areas. Whereas like the Marquis, how do you win as the Marquis? I forget. Anyway, it's pretty cool. they all have different ways they play. They're all very different. There's like the Marquis is about building like large armies, and if it like loses units, you can just respawn them at like the base. There's like a bird faction that their whole thing is, you have to like, man, I don't even know how to describe it. You basically have to choose certain actions that you have to do every single time it's your turn. And if you ever fail, like if ever you can't complete those actions, your faction like collapses and has to restart with like missing points and stuff. They're pretty strong, but I think they're a bit harder to play. I've never played as them, so I can't really explain it. But it had to be Coup. I don't think I know that game. What kind of game is it? Love anything with deception involved. Ooh. I just searched for Coup, and obviously that didn't come up with. Obviously, it didn't come up with the board game. You're in love with Carcassonne. Nice. I've actually never played. I've wanted to. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's really interesting. The art style on Coup is really good. Coup's super simple, but the mind games are super complicated. It could be argued that it's a card game because it's really simple but so fun. The art style looks really neat. I'm trying to think. I mean, so the board game Pandemic is kind of what got me into more intense board games, I guess. Not Pandemic Legacy, but just regular old Pandemic, and I loved that. I think still one of my favorite games to play is Betrayal at the House on the Hill. I love it. I love it. It's a little spoopy, can be a little spoopy, but I just love how random it is. And maybe that's actually what a lot of people maybe don't like about it, is that there's sometimes things why they're heavily favor the survivors, or sometimes it heavily favors, for those that don't know, Betrayal is, I've not played that game enough. Oh, I love it. I try to break it out as much as I can. It's like, for those who haven't played Betrayal at the House on the Hill, you start as everybody's on the same team, and you walk into a mansion, and you actually uncover the mansion's layout as you go. Every time you walk in through a door, you flip it over. You flip over a tile, and you keep building the mansion. At some point, you have to like pull cards, and you have to roll some dice, and if you like roll lower than a certain number, the haunt begins, which is where one of the players is revealed to be the traitor. Excuse me. One of the players is revealed to be the traitor, and they go into one room, like, that player goes into another room, has a little booklet, and reads what their objective is, what they're supposed to do, if they have any extra things they need to accomplish, or any extra powers they now have, while then the heroes all stay together, and we read, like, our part of the pamphlet that will then say, like, oh, this is what you know, this is what you need to do, and that's kind of it. Usually the information is a little bit different. We don't know exactly what their objective is, the traitors, and we don't know if they have any special abilities or anything, but maybe we can kind of glean some information based on if they're like, if it gives us attacking rules or that kind of stuff. I have not played the Legacy version. I have some friends who've played the Legacy version, and I feel like they said they didn't really like it very much. So I don't really know, but I have never experienced it, so I don't know why or what's the consensus. But I loved the original. I actually, so one of the times I was playing Betrayal, we were at a friend's house, and the host became the guy whose house we were at. He became the traitor, And so he went into his room, and when we were like, okay, we're ready, like it took us like 5-10 minutes to kind of go over everything. When we're like, we're ready, he walked out of his room, and he had changed into a suit with like a dark red button down underneath and like a black tie. So he looked super, super traitorous. It was awesome. It felt so immersive. Yeah, so it starts with there's 50, I think. There's 50 cases. I haven't even done them all. But I have redone a few when I've been playing with people who haven't played before. Because usually I'm pretty good at like not metagaming. Yeah, it was pretty amazing. He was great. He also plays D&D and gets into it, so I love that. Anyway, yeah, it starts with 50, I think. But really, because the mansion changes every time you play, it can feel very different. Because if the haunt starts early, I feel like it tends to favor the traitor. If the haunt starts late, I feel like it tends to favor... I don't know, I guess it just depends on what it is. One time, I was... I always choose, what's her name? Zoe Engstrom, I think. She's the little child girl character. I think she has like a little stuffed bear with her, I think. I always choose her as my character. And there was one time the haunt was something like, I was the traitor, and it was something like I found this plant in the mansion, and I am compelled to, like, it starts talking to me, I think, and I'm just like, you and I are gonna be best friends. Like, what do you need, best friend? And it's like, it tells me that it's hungry, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, I'll go get you something to eat. And basically my objective, which I believe I won, if I recall correctly, I think I won. My objective in that case was to basically feed all of the other players to the plant. And it was kind of cool. Like, I could attack them, but then I also had to control, like, there was a center room, or a certain room where the main body of the plant existed, but it had vines that could extend outwards from that room. And so basically I was controlling myself, and I was also controlling these vines that could, like, if they attacked a player, would grapple them, and then I could pull them closer into that room. And if I got them into that room, I think it would, they would get eaten. And so I was just like, this is amazing. I love this. But then they released an expansion called something, the witch, something of the witch. Burnsy, welcome in. How are you doing? Let me give you a shout out here. Burnsy, how was the rest of your stream? Playing some Skyward Sword also. Let us not forget. Burnsy and friends, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for bringing your friends here. If you would like a fist bump, go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, bam. Mate. Welcome in, Lamfrost. How's it going? Brico and Asher, welcome back. We are, we're talking about board games. We're talking about board games right now. We've been chatting about, I'm currently talking about Betrayal at the House on the Hill, if you're familiar with that. Super fun game. But so they came out with an expansion. They, I think, introduced like 30 more, maybe more. I have not played the Legacy edition of Betrayal. And then isn't there like a sequel coming out? Like a complete new sequel? Or maybe it's the Legacy version I'm thinking of. But I think so. I think I've heard, but I could be wrong. But it's a very fun game. Board games? I'm never bored playing games. Well, that's good, Burnsy. It's good. I love Betrayal. It's one I play a lot. There was another game that I was introduced to. I'm only joking. I know board games. Okay, good. I figured as much. There's another game that I like that I was only recently introduced to. Have only played it once, but my friend actually gifted the game to me after playing it because he was like, I don't play this nearly enough to own this, so you can have it. It seems like you really like it. It's a game called Inhuman Conditions, which is basically... Speaking of which, I played the first session of D&D yesterday. Nice! That's awesome. How did it go? What's your character? All that stuff. Tell me those things. Inhuman Conditions is basically, if you've seen the first Blade Runner movie, the one that came out super long ago, Inhuman Conditions, I'd be good at that. I live in that. Oh no. It's basically, if you've seen the first Blade Runner, it's the very, very beginning part of the movie. It's just that, where the guy is interviewing the person trying to see if they're a replicant, and he's like asking them questions about like, are you a, you see a turtle flipped over on its shell. What do you do? Like, what's your response? Whatever. Interesting. Yeah, it is really interesting. So there's a bit of role play aspect to the game, but basically you have to choose. You get a card. It's a 1v1 game. One person's the interviewer. One person is either a human, a violent robot, or I forget what they call it, but it's basically like a robot, but you're not violent. And the person who's not the interviewer, they know which one of those three they are, and they keep it to themselves. So it's like moral questions. It can be. It's totally up to you. So, if I was not the interviewer, I would know if I was one of those three, human, violent, or not violent robot. I would then have to choose a couple of things that's like a backstory. There are a few cards that you have to choose from. And both of you know what you've chosen. So like, I think one time I had to, I think when I played, I can't remember what I was, but anyway, oh yeah, I remember now. I was a politician? No, I think my friend was a politician when he did it. I was maybe a teacher or something, but I was also a cannibal. That was one of the other parts of my character. And then you also have to choose a card, of course, clearly. And then there were a few options. It was like they give you a few like backstory things. And I chose one. I was like, hey, I think I'm a teacher or whatever it was. And then it was like, which other of these characteristics do you want? And cannibals seem to be the most interesting. And so it's like, yeah, let's be a cannibal. You then choose like, the person who's the interviewer chooses a card that establishes a rule for the table for this game. I think in like one of those things, it was like, so the interviewer just asks you any question. Like they have sample questions that you can ask, but it's completely up to you what questions you want to ask to try to uncover if this person is human, whatever. But there's like a thing where it was like, if you ever lie, you have to rhyme within your in your next response. You have to throw in an extra sentence or whatever where your words rhyme together. Or you have two words side by side that rhyme. I can't remember what the actual stipulation was, but it gives you like a something that you have to do, and you kind of have to agree that you kind of have to self-police in a way and be like, all right, if I catch a lie, I need to do this. What are you talking about? It's a game called Inhuman Conditions. There was I think when my friend was when I was the interviewer, my friend was playing as the interviewee. I think the like rule or stipulation. Oh, that was the one where he had to rhyme. But he has a card, like when it tells you you are a robot, it'll tell you something about you being a robot. I believe he was a violent robot, and his card told him that he is so distrusting of other people that he is not allowed to ever talk about somebody in a familiar manner. Like, anytime he talks about interacting with other people, he always has to be, like, adversarial. It always has to be a competition. It always has to be antagonistic. It can never be, like, a positive interaction. Something like that. And so, as an interviewer, you're trying to really, like, see if you can catch anything that's a little weird. And so, for example, when I was asking him questions, I think he was a politician. I asked him about, I was like, so, like, how long have you been interested in wanting to run for mayor or whatever it was? And he kind of told me a story, and I was like, oh, so that must be kind of hard. Like, I mean, you know, I'm sure you have to deal with other, like, opponents and candidates and whatever. And so as he started talking about his opponents and stuff, he was like, defaming them. Like, he was not only saying, yeah, it's hard, but he would be like, yeah, they're terrible. They're like, whatever. Gonna go make some food and lurk. Nice. Burnsy, you see, we're starting off and just chatting. It's perfect. Just so that way no one can complain to me anymore. Sounds like Wall-E if you ask me. Yeah, kind of. But then, so I kind of was like, all right, you know, you mean jet chatting. That's true. I need to put that in the titles at some point. And then, but then, so for example, this is the way, like, those, if you lie or if you make a mistake, you need to do one of these things kind of cards. I asked him if he had a family, and he said yes. And then I was like, oh, what's that like? And tell me about your family, whatever. He started saying positive things about being in a family and why he wanted to become a politician. Something like, you know, oh, I want to provide the best type of town or whatever for my family and whatnot, because I care about them. And then he caught himself that he was not allowed to do that. And he had to make up like a rhyme that fit into his answer. Dia000, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You're doing it wrong. It's supposed to be in a game category. No one would find me. No one would find me here. But like, so he said, I can't remember what it was. Oh, he was talking about, like, the current governor or something. We're talking about board games, by the way. He had, after he lied, he started talking about his, like, his competition in running for mayor or governor or whatever it was. And he said, he's the big pig around here. And so, like, those words rhyming it together inside, you have to, like, kind of be mindful of those, like, little intricate things. Anyway, super fun game. Lots of mind games, I guess. And it was just really neat. I love it, though, because for those who've been around here know that I love D&D. And more specifically, I like the roleplay aspect of D&D. And so it's... Inhuman Conditions is basically just like a really short, like, I think the game itself, it's timed. I should mention that. It's a timed thing. So you have like 2 rounds of like 3 minutes or something like that to ask questions. It's super short. So you can kind of breeze through it a bit. Oh, but I should mention. So, if you are playing as a human, if you got a human, you want the interviewer to mark you down as a human. He actually has like little. It looks like I don't know, like a little form you would find in like the DMV or something. Like it looks very official and comes even with like a little stamp that you're supposed to stamp. Is this a human, a robot, or like a violent robot? If you're a human, you want the interviewer. You both win if he guesses that you are correctly a human. 1 more hour of chatting. Is that what you mean? Oh, no. Outsider. You mean when the game comes out, right? Ace Attorney, right? I was like, I'm chatting? Yeah, that's probably right. What was I going to say? If you are a... Right, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, took me a second. If you are a, like, friendly robot, you want them to mark you as human. I think that's the case. I guess maybe on the list, on the sheet, there's probably just human and robot. I guess it makes sense. So you want them to mark you as human. You want to kind of convince them, you want to answer well, not give them any, like you don't want to mess up your answers or accidentally give any triggers where they might be like, oh, he lied about this statement, and so therefore, maybe he's a robot or whatever. But if you are a violent robot, you are trying to you have objectives that are on your list. I've just put this on loop. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, you can't post links. Sorry, bud. You can put links in our Discord. I was like, this song? And then that makes sense that you just were about to post a link. So, if you are a violent robot, your objective, you have like 5 things, I think, that you need to complete before you can win the game, which is like, I think when my friend played, someone got modded. That wasn't me. It's because he posted a link. It's in media. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. You just never know what people will post, so we gotta do that. Ooh, I bet it sounds so good. The Ace Attorney music is just delicious. I liked it. I think you sent it on Saturday, right? Was it Friday? It was good. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. So, if you're a violent robot, there's like 5 things you need to do, something like that. My friend, when he was the violent robot, one of his objectives, for example, was that he needed to make animal noises within his answers. Not all the time, but he needed to do it like multiple times, at least. Maybe it gives you a certain number of times you're supposed to do it. I'll listen to it after the stream. So he had to like make animal noises, but then if you're a violent robot, you will complete your like list of objectives, and then what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to slam your hands on the table, and it's supposed to be kind of like your robot like explodes, killing whoever the interviewer is or whatever. So that is how you win if you're a violent robot. But it's such a fun game. I wish I had more people to play with. / I wish there hadn't been a pandemic right as I got the game. I actually got, what's funny is I got that game and like 3 other board games right before the pandemic started, or pretty much at the beginning of it, when people just didn't know like how serious it was. And then I was like, oh, cool. I guess I guess I won't. I guess I won't play these games. Pandemics ruin everything. Indeed. I got like, so my friend gave me Inhuman Conditions. I got oh, there's the one that's like, it's a zombie survival game. Winter something. You're like all survivors. Can't remember what it's called. Dead of Winter. Yes, I got Dead of Winter. That was on sale. And I've seen people play it before, and I was kind of like, I kind of want to play a game like this. So I got Dead of Winter. I got another board game where it's like you're trying to solve a murder. Azure also plays a lot of board games and knows things. I can tell this. No, not Clue. No, not Clue. I love Clue. I love the movie Clue, in fact. No, it's like there's one of the players is kind of playing like it's I guess who. One of the players is like is kind of playing from the character who was murdered's perspective, and you have to give the other players clues that are visual cards, and you're trying to get them to pick, like, based on the cards you show them, you're trying to like show them a pattern maybe. So like, for example, I think it's like if you were killed with scissors, there will be on some of the cards, there might be like threads or like whatever. He finally adopted the Just Chatting. I did, Mr. Soul Creek, because everyone kept getting on my case. So proud. I tried. I'm trying to make you guys happy, so that way people won't be like, oh, I guess we're never playing a game. Unbelievable. In fact, I said this the other, I said this the other day. Everyone gets on my case about, oh, we never play games here. But then when we switch to the game, people leave. So it seems way more active when we're chatting. So, look, you guys need to decide. I don't know what you guys want to do, but you're making it unclear for me. To be fair, I'm always here. That's fair. I like that. I'm trying to figure out, I could walk into the other room to figure out what the name of that game is, but I can't. I could, but I just don't want to. By I can't, I mean I don't want to. So I'm on Board Game Geek right now, trying to figure out what it is. Play Ace Attorney then? Well, I don't know. Well, we played it on Saturday. We will continue it. It's kind of a jet lounge game. I am consistent. I know that I intimidated you with my art skills. Don't worry, I do not intend to becoming an artist. That was amazing, Mr. Soul Creek. Mr. Soul Creek sent me his move list for the fighting game, and it is awesome. Made in Microsoft Paint. Oh, good. I'm back before the game started. Yeah, you're right. Look, we're in Just Chatting right now. Oh, Ponce. I'm trying to make everyone proud. Posted in Discord. The name of the game? Hold on. Just give me a sec. Just give me a second. I'll walk into the other room and just figure out what it's called. Yeah, I would have not remembered. It's called Mysterium. It's called Mysterium. I mean, the game comes out in an hour. Yeah, no problem, Outsider. I hear you there. Oh, you have Mysterium? Yeah, I've seen people play it. I've wanted to play it, but I bought it at the beginning of the pandemic and have not been able to play with anybody. Sal, welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, it's Outsider. Absolutely no It's not personal. I tell people here, you can leave anytime you want. You are not bound to this place yet. Until the pact has been sealed, you are not bound here. So you can leave whenever. Until that happens. You can leave whenever. I don't care. But Sal, how are you doing? Welcome in. I think I'm happy with that moveset. I think it's a good reflection on me. Azure, thank you so much for gifting a sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You've gifted a couple now. Like 3? What is it? 8! I'm bad at things. Azure, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Saying quick highs, I'm heading to bed soon. Hope you're all having an awesome morning, afternoon, evening, night. I am. Just another drop in the bucket, I guess. Oh my gosh. Azure, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Azure, and now Outsider, you can now fist bump to your heart's content. So enjoy that. But Sal, what have you been up to? Hope things have been going well. Hope your Monday was good. I hope your Monday was good. Or are you on Tuesday now? You might be on Tuesday now. You're still on Monday. Okay, I was like, what time is it over there? For another hour. All right, okay, that makes more sense. Tuesday an hour? Okay. Mysterium looks like a lot of fun. I've seen people play it, and I've wanted to play it, but I got it right at the beginning of the pandemic, so I have not played it. That, and then the other board game that I got at the beginning was Alhambra, which I've also seen people play. Have not been able to play it with people, and it makes me sad. Boyd! Welcome in. How are you doing? Boyd Boozled. Gonna head to bed soon as I have to head to work in the morning, but overall, had a good day. Nice! I'm glad. Well, I'm glad you're able to stop in at least. Makes me happy to see you here. Gloomhaven. I have played Gloomhaven once or twice. I think I played twice. I played as the Mind something. I can get through this night. Been warring the frames, doing some noobs I learned today. Nice. How is it? I've never played Warframe. Not the Human Scoundrel. Shocking. Well, my friend who was introducing Gloomhaven to me was like, you should play this character. So I was like, okay. The Mind Thief. That's what I played. I will not sleep until this entire game is finished. Oh my gosh, Outsider. I don't know. Maybe get a little bit of sleep. Maybe just get a little bit of sleep in there. Is the Human Scoundrel more of like a rogue, sort of? Rogue, of course. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I played the Mind Thief. And it was pretty fun. But then I think the pandemic started. So that was kind of like it. So I do not really remember much of Gloomhaven at all. But I love sleep. Sleep is one of my favorite things. Just doing catch up on some of the latest patch content, grinding for materials, nothing too exciting. I have never played. Pandemics ruin everything. Yeah, we don't have an ad quote. I know you do. Okay. But I appreciate it anyway. That would be one, because we've said that already like 5 times today. Also bought more manga and 5 figurines. Ooh. What figurines? We were talking about figurines the other day. My wallet is bleeding. I hear that, buddy. What was I gonna say? I guess Azure, do you play Gloomhaven? And wasn't there like a major expansion that came out recently? Frost? Something? Nice, that's awesome. There's a prequel and a sequel. can't remember what it was called. Frosthaven, I think is what I was thinking of. Jaws of the Lion. That's cool. My friend is getting a board game that he kickstarted called Oath, and it looks so cool, including the fact, this is what I love. I wonder if I can find it. Kickstarter Oath? Oh, wait, it's not Oathsworn, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, wait. Not Oath. Oathsworn? Question mark? I think it's Oathsworn. No. This doesn't look right. Or is it? Oh, it is. It's called Oathsworn. What's neat about Oathsworn... Let me see if I can find one of these little jiffies. What is this? Stardust. Stardust Speedway. I think it's from Sonic. I like this. So the minis are cool in Oathsworn, which is what... This is what... Minis is what brings me into a game for the most part. I wonder if... Where's their example of it? Aha! Look at this. I found it, everybody. Oh, wait, and it saved it as a WebP, which we hate. Look, save it as a GIF for me, please. There we go. Okay, look at this. So the minis have removable pieces so that you can, as your character gets either different weapons or upgrades, you can swap them in. And I love that. I love that so much. I think he said that he's going to let me... He's never painted minis before, I don't think. And he knows that I love painting minis. And so I think what we're going to do is at some point we're going to practice on some other minis. And then I'm going to help him paint these. Because also it comes with like... There's like a huge... There are like bosses that are like huge minis. And so it'd be fun to... I don't even care what this game is. I would buy this. Right? 100%. It's called Oathsworn Into the Deep. It's a Kickstarter, and I'm sure they'll have like a pre-order as well. But isn't that cool? I love it. Let's see. Ooh. Nice. Those are some cool figures, Outsider. You have, I own about 70 or 80 amiibo. Nice. That's awesome. I have a few. I open box most of them. I have a couple that I bought a second one and I kept them in the box, but for the most part, I'm like an open box collector. I like to see those things up close. Looks so cool. I love my statue stuff. Yeah. But I love this. I just think it's like... And it looks like it's a pretty good system. Like, I feel like you'd be able to easily remove the arm pieces and stuff. Like, it seems like it was designed well. But there are a few different characters. There's like, there's a rogue type character, and interested in that. Let's see. There's the Warden, the Ursus, that's the one that's on the screen. The Witch, the Priest, the Adendri Ranger, the Scar Tribe Exile. What's neat, I think, is like, I think the Warden and the Witch are supposed to be paired up. I can't remember. I think it's the Warden. It's the Warden and one of them. I think it's the Witch. who I know story-wise, so it's kind of like Gloomhaven-esque, where there is like a campaign sort of that you run through. But I think what's kind of, it's supposed to be like, I think the warden has the witch arrested, and so you're actually trying to escort her to like a prison or of some kind. But I assume something's gonna happen, like, but you guys will have to team up now, because little did you know, you need, it's the friends you make along the way, you know, that type of thing. How much did they make out of this? I'm curious. Where does it show? Oathsworn. How much did you make? Ooh, wow, they made almost $2 million. Nice. They made like 1,900,000 something. So needless to say, they hit a lot of their goals. It looks awesome. I'm glad that my friend is buying this. I would not have the money to purchase this, but I hope to help him paint the minis. That's the thing I want to do the most. And what's awesome is we're going to be able to like paint the different weapons for all the different characters. I don't know. It's just cool. I love it. But Opons, how are you doing? I don't think I said hello when you lurked, but didn't really say anything else. But I hope you're doing well. I liked the new Apex trailer that came out today. Looks neat. Looks neat. Again, I mentioned this in the Discord. I feel like Seer has some kind of silence or something going on. Maybe it's like with, I don't know. Maybe it's like with active abilities going on or something. It's my guess. Do I have something against deer? Just chatting. War, it's just because people get upset with me when I haven't started a game and they're like, we're just sitting here in this category. Now I'm like actually in where I'm supposed to be. I don't know. Wait, against deer? What? Why against deer? I'm sitting here wondering, do you have something against deer? Have I done something? Yeah, that deer scare has been going off the entire time you've been chatting. Oh, hilarious. Yeah, it's just to keep Eric away from this side of the map. Deer tastes good. I mean, to be fair, War, that is what happens. Because what's gonna happen is at some point people are gonna be like, "Oh, we're not playing a game yet," or I thought this was a game stream, and then I don't know. I don't know. We are very close to finishing Mario plus Rabbids, though. Spent about 400 pounds on AVP Unleashed. But when... Wait, what is that? AVP. That sounds familiar. But when Disney bought Fox, they canceled their license and shut the game down. What was AVP? Well... Look, don't worry. When everyone wants to leave, I'll start the game. And then we can... Alien vs. Predator? I don't know. Was it Aliens vs. Predator a Fox license? Might have been. Oh, by the way, did you guys hear that they announced a live-action Pokemon show on Netflix? Did you guys see this? Slash, what are your thoughts? It is Alien vs. Predator. I don't know. I just say stuff. War. I appreciate you, though. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. Did you guys hear about this? Live-action Pokemans. I mean, I know we've seen live-action Pokemans before, but... I just, you know, it's like Detective. If it's like Detective Pikachu, then yes. I'm curious. I'm curious what they're gonna do, because who did Detective Pikachu? Detective. Well, I mean, I bet the Pokemon Company could probably just swing it. Legendary Pictures. I wonder. Okay. So I would say I would like it if some of the Pokemon looked a bit smoother. Like, I want them to look more cartoony than real. That's more of my personal taste. That's my personal taste. I don't know how much of the like fuzzy Psyduck I can take. I like cartoony. I do too. There's something about the fur that just kind of weirds me out a little bit. But I know that if they're doing live action, it's because they want it to make it look real. But I don't know. I'd be okay with it being kind of cartoony. But I get that, but it's like penguins, right? True. Penguins look like fur, but it's feathers, right? It's just, I don't know. There's something just a little upsetting to me about how some of the Pokemon looked. I actually have not watched Detective Pikachu, but I did see someone posted a compilation of all of Psyduck's scenes, and so I just watched that. So I basically just watched that. And I feel like that's acceptable. Oh, that's cool, Outsider. So the statues like fit together and stuff. That's awesome. I really enjoyed the movie. Actually, I've heard a lot of people say that's a really good movie, and it's probably one of the best like video game adaptations. I don't know if I'm a Psyduck critic. I'm a Psyduck stan. We stan a Psyduck. It just looks a little too uncanny valley for me, I think. Like, it's like, it looks like fur, it looks kind of real, but it also doesn't, right? I would just rather it look smooth and like cartoony and whatever. That's my thought. I might be in the minority in this case, but that's okay. But yeah, some of the textures were different than I was thinking for myself. Ooh, that's super cool. That's awesome. I love how they fit together. Critic was there. Look, we're Psyduck stans. Remember we talked about Avatar: The Last Airbender? Yeah, and on Taloni's stream a little bit. He had never watched it though, which makes me sad. But also not surprising, because I feel like he doesn't watch a lot of shows very much. It's hard to get him to watch a TV show. Oh. Did you see that they made a wrinkled Pikachu plush? Did you guys know that this existed? Did you know this existed? Well, that made sense. You love 2D? What do you mean? I mean, I do like 2D stuff. I remember your favorite Pokemon. Well, because I've mentioned it so many times. Do you remember mine? Is yours the sheep? Is yours the sheep? Mareep? Yeah, is it not the sheep? I don't remember. Oh, wait. No, now I'm confused, because Burnsy and Azure and I had a long conversation about Pokemon on our stream once. I'm not sure if I remember what yours was. I do have a Discord. I do. It's where I announce when I'm going live. talk a little bit about games, stuff about Animal Crossing, other stuff, shared some music. Every once in a while, when I have a song stuck in my head, I'm like, I try to post it in hopes that, much like The Ring, I hope that I am able to pass it on so that it gets into someone else's head, right? And so that I don't die in 7 days. It has a unique type combination. It is blue. It has a Mega Evo. All hints you get. The thing is, Mr. Soul Creek, is I have not played a Pokemon game since, like, the original 3, so I would not know. I don't even know what a Mega Evo really is. I played Pokemon Snap. That's the most recent Pokemon game I've played, but that's about it. And while we were playing Pokemon Snap, I feel like so many times I was like, okay, I'm seeing this Pokemon for the first time. I have no idea what it's called, but cool. So yeah, I cannot help you there. Unite has been fun. That's good. I'm kind of, I've said I will play it probably whenever they release Psyduck. But I've heard it's very pay to win. I've heard it's very pay to win, and so I'm kind of like, I don't know. No, I haven't jumped on board. And water flying ain't unique. I don't remember. To be fair, if it was a Pokemon that I was not... If it was a Pokemon that wasn't in, like, red, green, blue, yellow, I probably don't remember who it was. Because I've probably never heard of what they are actually called. You did the join? Nice, Boyd. Welcome in. I'll give you a proper welcome after the stream when I get into the Discord. But yeah, I didn't really follow Pokemon very well. I just didn't get into it. But I kind of wanted to pick up Sword and Shield. If I ever see it on sale for really low, maybe I'll pick it up. Maybe we'll play it a bit. But I will probably try to do a purely Psyduck team. Pokemon on sale? You're hilarious. I know. So never. We're never playing Sword and Shield. If I get Sword and Shield, though, I expect help in trading Pokemon so that, like, I need people to give me some Psyducks so that I can start off just with all Psyducks all the time. Only Psyducks. And if at any point they force you to not play Psyduck, I just delete it. I didn't come here to be told what to do. Mr. Soul Creek, just tell us what it is. I don't, that doesn't, 4 times weakness doesn't mean anything to me. I don't even know what that means in context. Psyduck Stan, woot. We are a Psyduck Stan. I was thinking about, okay, so I mentioned my follower emotes, which we still don't have. So just making sure you like Psyduck. Yes, I actually do like Psyduck over Golduck, indeed. He just looks, I feel like Psyduck looks cooler. Golduck, I don't know. I don't know. What's a stan? It's like an incredibly obsessive fan. It comes from Eminem's Stan. It was a song from Eminem featuring Dido, but it's like it's supposed to be like an overly obsessive fan. It's used as a positive thing, despite the source being a very negative thing, I think. It's kind of it's kind of an odd. I personally am like, stan's a weird word because I know we use it positively, but in the original song, it's incredibly. I see it as being completely negative, but we live in a society, so toxic. I'm the same way with Cubone over Marowak. Yeah, there. Well, and I feel like Psyduck and Golduck look so different. That I don't know. I just think Psyduck looks. Psyduck is a little bit more adorable, and probably less cool. But I just like him more. It's a very toxic fan song, so yeah, I feel you. But as you said, society changed its meaning to make it more universal. Yeah. It's one of those things, though, where when you go back, like, I think when I learned where it originated from, I was like, wait, what? I was like, wait a minute. This seems like if you guys don't know the Eminem origin, it's just like, I mean, that song is so intense, and spoiler alert for a song, but the song is written from the perspective of a fan, like, to the person they are a fan of, and then by the end of it, they like take their own life, and it's just like, it's just incredibly just insane and intense, and I don't know. And so in that perspective, it's like, okay. I hope no one is a stan to this point, but okay, if that's what if that's what we're saying now. I mostly use stan very ironically, though. I don't ever feel like I'm a fan of something that big. Spoilers on a song, a 20-year-old song. How dare you? I know. The only thing that the only thing I say I'm a stan of is it's more of a joke, and I'll tell you why. And it's because my friend Balto, who appears in the chat every once in a while, has mentioned when we talk about Marvel stuff, we talk a lot about Marvel stuff because he knows that I'm a big fan of Marvel things, and he's been getting into the movies and shows and stuff. He and his wife just watched all of the movies. And they have watched all the Disney Plus shows. They're currently watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I've told them they need to watch the Netflix shows next, etc. He hates the Winter Soldier. Like, does not like him at all. And I'm always like, what? He's great, though. He did such a good job. So I have said that I am a Sebastian Stan, which I assume that's actually what Sebastian Stan fans call themselves. If they don't, that's a shame. A shame on them for not going with the pun. But if you don't know, Sebastian Stan is the name of the guy who plays Winter Soldier. So that's the only time where I say I'm a Sebastian Stan. I mean it more seriously. But anyway. That is so great. Yeah. Everyone, when we're chatting about it, I always say I'm a big Sebastian Stan. You know that. Ridiculous. Oh, probably Boyd. I'm not really sure. To be honest, I don't really listen to much Eminem or really know much about him. I didn't grow up really into rap so much, so I kind of know him peripherally. Never been a huge rap guy. There's a few songs now that I'll listen to that I'm like, oh, I kind of like this, but it's usually more like either randomly like international rap that I feel like tends to be less aggressive, or just more of like hip hop stuff that has a bit more like rap to it. I don't know. I just never really was into it. So I couldn't tell you. Well, 8 Mile, right? Is that a song or is that just a movie? I don't know. I'm no Eminem stan. But Eminem stans, please don't at me. 8 Mile is a song. Okay. So it's and a movie. Woo, see both. Look at that. I'm a pro. I'm a pro. Clearly I am a Eminem stan. Oh, The Real Slim Shady. I know that song. Right? That's a song. I used to be a stan, but I've since recoiled from it because it's not really aged well. That's fair. Would I be a game stan? I think so. I think you can stan anything, right? Big Mirage stan. A lamp stan. Right. Wait, lamp stand? TBH. For the longest time, I thought people were saying stand. And I was like, so you stand with them? Is that what you're saying? No, I'm saying stan. Yeah, that's what I said. Are you standing with them? No. I don't know if you guys ever watched Psych. Psych is one of my favorite shows, by the way. And the show follows Sean and Gus, who start a fake psychic detective agency. Well, it's a real agency, but Sean is pretending to be a fake psychic. But they're one of my favorite quotes is, you hear about that's messed up. One of my favorite lines is from Gus, and he's like, he says something about like, oh, they're gonna start calling me Guts, and he's like, and Sean's like, that is what we call you, and he's like, no, Guts. Yeah, I am hearing you. That's what we're saying. Gus, we're hearing the same thing. Love it. Anyway, that's what I think of. Big stand. Stand? That is what I'm saying. There's a lot of good stuff, and it helped me get through high school, but yeah, it's not good. Doesn't have the same feel listening to it anymore. That's fair. I feel like it's really hard for me to listen to songs that are like super aggressive, like just really intense. It's kind of hard for me to listen to it sometimes. So I think I can listen to like, I feel like the most intense songs that I listen to every once in a while, maybe more from Muse or maybe Smashing Pumpkins. I liked the Smashing Pumpkins growing up. And so I feel like, but their stuff is more like, it's kind of aggressive, but it's kind of more just melancholy at the same time. So it doesn't feel as like intense. Muse can be a little intense, but they're just lyrically so good. Love Psych, one of the best shows I've watched. I know. Of course you would love that detective show. I love detective shows. Lucifer has been my favorite buddy cop show. I've never watched it. Also, I was wondering if anyone would get that. Or would, yes, compare the two. Get the two ideas there. Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness is one of their albums, which is so good. It's such a great album, too. My, Tonight is still one of my favorite songs. Was Today on Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness? Today is one of my favorite songs. I still listen to it. It's on a lot of my playlists. I listened to 1959, though I don't think that was on there. Anyway, Smashing Pumpkins. Classic 90s, and I love it. What if people spelled people? That'd be funny, I think. Wait, did she say that? Note to self, slowly seed metal into the JPP Discord. I've listened to some metal. I like some. Big baby metal fan. Does that count? Does that count? I think it does. Some people say it counts, and I'm gonna agree with them. But I like their earlier stuff. Their newest stuff is a little bit more contrived. I think we can all agree on that. It's all derivative. Their newer stuff is a little bit more derivative than their, original songs, such as "Give Me Chocolate." which is a type of metal I can handle. Again, I think anytime I listen to a song that I would say probably sounds intense, it's usually I like it because if there's like a part of it that's not very intense about it. Like if it's very metal, I like Baby Metal, Give You Chocolate. I do too. That's what I'm saying. I do like it. What was the song that I liked the most? I remember Toki Doki Morning. That was pretty good. But I don't think that was the one that I listened to the most. Baby Metal. Karate was pretty good. I feel like there was another song that I was like, oh, I like this. Let's ruin our YouTube recommendations by searching for Baby Metal. I hate searching for anything on YouTube that I don't plan on like focusing on and watching for the next little bit, because you search for one thing once and it's like, if you ever search for like, let's say you're like, I just want to look up something about tennis really quick. You look up a tennis video and then all of a sudden they're like, the only thing I will recommend to you from now until forever is tennis everything. You are now, that's the only thing we will show you. And I'm like, no! So I hate searching for things. I will open up an incognito browser just to search for YouTube stuff that I'm like, I just want to listen to this once. I don't want you to ever recommend this to me ever again. I just want to listen to the song again, or I want to watch this one video from a channel, but I don't want you to recommend me this channel every time I ever open up YouTube. I can't find what that song was. Oh well, I do actually like Baby Metal. I just don't really listen to it all that often. I honestly listen to lo-fi music probably all of the time. I listen to a lot of instrumental stuff. You shall be the next Prince of Tennis. Indeed, that's what YouTube is just so intense about that. You made it to the next round of interviews? Of what? I don't think you told me. I've never, so I know who Ninja Sex Party is. I have never, that's the Game Grumps guy, right? I've never really listened to their stuff though. Look up Laser Raptor 3D. It's metal but silly and awesome. I'll check it out. What? Cap, that's awesome. That's awesome. I remember you were telling me about your virtual stuff, but I didn't know you were gunning for another position. That's awesome. I've been lately I've been going back to listen to a lot of music that I haven't listened to in a really long time. And that's actually been kind of fun. I've been like reminded of like, oh man, I forgot how good this song was. And so that's been fun. It's been a lot of like, one of my favorite genres of music that I don't listen to enough and that I probably do not exude very much is surf pop. Love me some surf pop. Like Beach Boys. There are like modern bands that are like surf pop-esque, like Real Estate, Beach Fossils, Daywave. So good. Like, they're just so good. They're kind of lo-fi-ish, which I think is why I like it, because I also listen to a lot of lo-fi music. But I've been listening to some of that, and I'm like, oh man, I forgot how good this stuff is. So you'll likely see me post some songs in the Discord in the next few days of like, here are songs that I have been literally listening to on repeat, just over and over again. But generally I listen to a lot of like lo-fi, video game soundtracks, synthwave, and that's kind of it. It's kind of a rotation of those three. But it's been kind of nice going back and going through my, so I have like on my Spotify, I have like so many playlists, and it's been good. So I can like go back to playlists I've made like 5 years ago and give it a listen. It's been awesome. I wish I could play some of it on stream so that I could be like, guys, listen to the song with me because it's so good. But alas, I would get copyright struck into oblivion. I also have a metal but in 8-bit channel I follow. Ooh, I think you would appreciate the 8-bit renditions of modern. Oh, probably. I'd love that. I do actually love, one of my favorite bands of all time is Anamanaguchi, and they do chiptune music. So it's like, sounds like video game, old like 8-bit stuff mixed with guitars and live drums and stuff. And it's good. It's good stuff. So I'd probably really like that. Maybe even more than just metal music. When I listen to chiptune, it always gets my brain going. Gets my brain moving in a way that's like Kanabun. I've heard of them. They did like a Naruto thing, right? Ooh, Mr. Soul Creek. Nice. With who? They did a Naruto intro or something, right? But I love Anamanaguchi. They're my favorite band of all time. Or one of mine. Maybe not my favorite, but close. Watson, nice. Are you really liking Watson? Yeah, they did Silhouette, I think, which was, so you've given up Rampart then? Yeah, it was a Naruto Shippuden song. Yeah. That's why I know Kanabun, but that's the only song I've listened to them. Nice, that's awesome. I won 2 ranked games yesterday, so that was fun. Or was that Saturday? I can't remember. I won 2 ranked games the other day. That was great. I think that was yesterday. It's fun. Rampart and Watson are my go-tos. They are my mains without a doubt. Nice. Hopefully, it looks like there are more rumors that Rampart's getting reworked for this next season. More people have been talking about it, and so enough people are talking about it that I think it means that either something leaked internally or I don't know. We'll see. But we'll see. I could be wrong. Been waiting for a Rampart change for sure. A GameSpot eyes emoji. GameSpot released something today that I think had part of the patch notes. It wasn't the full patch notes, but it was like part of it. They mentioned a change for Fuse that if it's true would be good, where it's the knuckle cluster lasts longer, and when people are inside his ultimate, they are visible, like they are able to be seen even through walls or something, which would be good. I've said his ultimate needs something, I would love if his ultimate slowly like creeped inwards or something. So it's like there's so many characters that can like just jump out of it, but I would love for if it would be like it kind of starts to close in on them so that they can't just like stay huddled in there. Sometimes I feel safer inside. But now that people would be able to see you through it, maybe that'll be the difference, because it's kind of hard to see people inside of it. Thank you for that hydrate. That would be cool. I think so. Just because, so that way for sure they get damaged. There are so many times where like, I don't know. I just don't know where to. Something in the CG trailer people haven't put together with Rampart. Okay, I'll leave that. Ooh, Opons. Uh-oh. Investigate. Time to investigate. Side note, for some reason my headphones so loud. Let's lower this a little bit here. That hydrate was like felt like I was being crushed in the waves. He would essentially turn part support. Yeah, that'd be so dope. I also would love in the trailer, in the CG trailer. Well, that's the thing, is sometimes it's hard to tell if in the CG trailer what is being done so that it looks cool, or what's being done as like a hint to what's coming next. I love that. One of the things I saw on the Apex subreddit that made me laugh, or no, maybe this is the Fuse subreddit, Fuse mains. They're like, the most real part of this trailer is Seer, who's like 2 feet away from Fuse, about to shoot him, and Fuse pulls out his ultimate. Though, because I feel like that's such a. Anytime I've played Fuse, if it's done with hints and purpose, that's true. Well, I think like so last season they showed Lifeline picking Bloodhound up, but Bloodhound had their shield up, and I think that was something that they were like, oh, that we just did it out of it just looks cool or something like that. I can't remember what their response was, but there's like that's not how that will work. But I would love also though if Fuse was able to shoot his fire forward. That would be amazing. Maybe he doesn't like do like a big circle like it would, but maybe it would create like a little wall of flames if it hits somebody, like of thermite length maybe, but it does just a lot of damage to that one person. I have some insight on that. Ooh. But anyway, it was really funny because everyone was like, the most real thing though is Fuse pulling out his ultimate while 2 feet away from the opponent. Last minute change, no using your shield. Oh, interesting. So that was planned. I didn't realize that, I don't think. Or they might have said that, but I forgot. They actually might have said that. Maybe I forgot. Anyway, yeah, so it's kind of interesting to see kind of what all that is. I will say, I think Fuse looks, for some reason, I don't know what it is. Anytime they put him in a CG trailer, I feel like he looks much cooler than he does. Not even just like his skills, but like this, like his character's face model, and like he just looks a lot cooler. And maybe it's because his eyes seem very expressive. I love in the trailer from last season when I think it's Bloodhound shoots an arrow and it like hits right next to him, and his eyes look so big and like animated, and his face or maybe it's just his face in general so animated in that moment that he just looks so cool. And I'm always like, oh, he looks so awesome in the CG trailers. Too many bugs with it? I bet. I bet. Opons, did you see the champion suggestion that's made on? Oh, it was arenas. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah. I love that moment. I wonder if I can find Fuse arenas trailer. I wonder if anyone's screen capped it. How old am I? I am 34. 34. Thank you to chat for helping me solve that mystery last time. I was like, someone asked me not too long ago, I was like, I'm 33. I was like, wait, am I 33? How old am I? Help! And then the chat was like, what year were you born? They're like, you're 34. I was like, oh, thanks, chat. I just forget. You're young, lols. I am so old. My bones creak. I can't find a screenshot. Sadly, no one has screen capped it. Well, they probably have, but I just don't know what to search for. So oh, Mayfew's arrow? No, that didn't do it. I'll find it later. We'll find it later. Old man ball. Runner! Jed doesn't look his age. He looks much younger. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. But look on the bright side. It's all downhill from there. Only as old as you feel. That's true. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. I have friends. It's funny. I have friends who are younger than me who are like, I can't play a game like Apex. My mind is just too old, and I just can't pick up. I'm like, I'm older than you. Granted, I'm not great, but I feel like I'm doing pretty good. Play Ace Attorney or the new prequel trilogy. I didn't pre-order it. I don't got the money to pre-order it, so I'm gonna wait. Plus, I still have to finish the Ace Attorney trilogy. You're slightly older than that. Than this current host I'm in now. Hilarious. Hilarious. Wait, Opons, there's something I was gonna ask you. Oh, did you see the legend recommendation that someone had on the Apex subreddit maybe a few days ago? That was like a support character who's like passive. I thought this was such a great idea and could be hilarious. Though probably would, I don't know, it would break things, I'm sure. But it was like a support character whose passive was that, no. They're tactical. Let's hear it. I stay off Reddit, just makes me mad. That's fair. They're tactical. It would be a support legend whose tactical would be to be able to pick up downed teammates. Like they were a pretty burly character, so they could pick up a downed teammate and like rush them off to safety, basically. If the person they pick up could still be killed off of their shoulder, but if they do, they just end up carrying their death box with them. Their passive would be when they use shield cells, it does like a small area of effect, but of like a much less significant amount. So I think they showed, like, for example, one shield battery would do one like shield slot for any teammates close by. And I can't remember what his ultimate was. But it was another kind of, it was all support related. And I loved the idea of a character just being able to like pick up your teammate and like run to safety. I would love something like that. Let me see if I can find what it was. It's kind of a neat. What? No, Reddit would never do that. What? Toxic? Unbelievable. This is all news to me. Let me see if I can find it. I don't remember what the ultimate was at all, but I just love the idea. I would love some more support type characters, because really there's Lifeline and Jibby is considered support, isn't he? Right? I was gonna send you a video from this win with the Mirage and say this could be us, but you play at 1 a.m. Well, I don't just play at 1 a.m. I play at I play my time. I play all the time. I play all the time. So you just let me know when you're on, and we can play. Unless I'm streaming. Gibby's defense. Okay. Who's the other support legend that I'm not thinking of? Loba? I guess she is. But there's no, like, I guess I was thinking he was more like he can pick you up faster. I guess he used to be able to use shield cells and stuff faster, but they took that away. I feel like Loba should be more like utility or something, but I don't think that's not really a thing, but I see her as being more utility than supportive. Where is this post? Maybe if I sorted by top and did by the week, maybe that would be better. Top posts this week. Do it. I play quite often. Yesterday I played a bunch. Ah, here it is. Look at that. I don't think this will happen, so I'll say it here. I suggested Love picking up death boxes with the... that's 100%. That'd be amazing. That would be amazing. Oh, that's what his ultimate was. Okay, the suggested ultimate for this character, they named him Bjorn, the Towering Rescuer. Oh, part of his passive, which this would probably be a little OP, was that he could carry more medkits and, like, cells and syringes per stack, kind of like Fuse with his grenades. His ultimate, which I feel like fits with what, to an extent, maybe some of this is a little OP. Basically, his ultimate is either like a special gun thing, like either like Bangalore's smoke thing, or maybe it's something that pops out of his arm. I can't really tell in the illustration, but it's like he pulls out something that shoots a blast that would launch enemies away from him. And when they land, like when they hit the ground, it's kind of like a stunned impact. But this part would be interesting. I don't know how OP this would be. It said, like, enemies who are hit with this are temporarily EMP'd, where their enemy HUD, pings, and voice lines don't work. So they don't take any damage from it, but their HUD stops working, which I think would be kind of cool. That's too much, it would be. But wouldn't it be cool, though, Opons? Just imagine with me. I thought it would be kind of neat to see, like, what would happen. I like the idea of pushing people away. The temporary EMP is a little intense. That's a little too much, probably. But it would be kind of... I wonder how much, if it would affect anything, if your HUD went away. I wonder how people would play. Like, if you couldn't see how much health you had, even if it was for, like, 15, 20 seconds or something. I don't know. Or, like, you couldn't see how much ammo you had left, or, like... I don't know. Sigh. As I said, we're big Psyduck stans here. But I love this. The person who made this his username is Muffin Man on Reddit, and I liked his idea. I don't know. Oh, I did see another suggestion that I think would be cool. Because I don't know if you saw this fan art somebody did. Close. It's spelled different. Everyone using all the things. There was this really cool Mirage fan art that somebody did, and then people in the comments were talking about how they could maybe eventually pull something off like this. Let me find it. Lewit. By the way, we have some new stuff coming in. I just haven't finished it yet. I think I'm also going to add sound effects to bits. I just need to figure out what sounds I want. Is there a fan art tag? And here, art. Retry, Reddit. Don't mess up. I believe in you. Oh, I bet I could do this. It'd probably be so much easier. Aha! It was so much easier. Someone drew this idea for a Mirage skin, and I think it's amazing. It's a Van Gogh Mirage skin. And it's honestly so perfect. Let me try to make it bigger. Like, the idea is he even has his ear missing. He's got this. Who made this? He's got the sunflowers, which is a big Van Gogh motif. He's got Starry Night on his knee. It's just dope. Who did this? What's this person's name? Little Tickle 66 made this. It's so good. It's such a great idea. I love that it's like, because he has the little hollow things on his arms and stuff, so it's perfect that that's what they would be. I love that it's like casual. It's I mean, I suppose it fits Van Gogh, but it's like he looks like just a Mr. Rogers clone. That's Japan on his right ear. I think it's his ear's missing, as per Van Gogh. But I loved it. I was like, oh, they should totally do this. And then people were talking in the comments. They're like, oh, you know what would be awesome is that if they did like a painting theme, like for either an event or something. Like, what was cool? Someone's like, maybe it would be cool if there was a legend. Would fit with the classic looking crypto. Oh, for sure it would. There was they were like, what if they came up with a legend that was like painting themed? Even though it was interesting in Seer's trailer, he talks a lot about beauty, and in some ways I feel like that's kind of what I would expect from maybe like an art themed type character. Did you play the paint gun event? I did. But like, I don't know, it would be kind of neat if there was maybe some kind of like, I love Jin from League of Legends, who's like very like beauty art, you know that. It'd be neat if there was a character who was kind of like that, and maybe, I don't know, use some kind of artistic something for their abilities. But if they did something like that, they could Respawn could totally do like a, I don't know, the art themed skins, legend skins. I don't know. Would have been good for something like that. Oh, totally. Oh, that would be amazing. We can just do it again. Let's do it again. Easy. Just do it again. But I loved this because I think Van Gogh is like, I love Van Gogh stuff. Very cool. Very cool stuff with Van Gogh. I stan ya, Boyd. Nobody should do that. Danger Will Robinson. Hilarious. No, but when I saw this, I was like, oh, that's so dope. I'm just gonna say, maybe the skin is better than the Clown Mirage. Maybe. Just maybe, though. I haven't... Don't take my word for it. But that could maybe be better than the Clown Mirage. I did also see... There's a great... wow, Clown kind of OP, indeed. I did see another fan art. I follow Piebun on Twitter. I think Piebun is like a caustic, like main is a caustic main. Does mostly art for caustic, but I saw this. They posted this 2 days ago, and I thought it was so fun. They just said Clown Squad, and and I was like, yes. I love this. This is amazing. Need to do this at some point. I like that they have so much fan art because it really can be in the game someday. Right? Oh, that Wraith. It is... I think it's the skin that I hate the most, but I've used it, again, for the same reason that I would use Clown Mirage. Though I will say, Clown Caustic looks... I think Clown Caustic looks cool, and in how terrifying it is. But but maybe that's also part of the joke, is that Caustic looks so scary and intense like a clown. And even though Wraith's not supposed to be a clown, but I don't think. But I mean, it's called like Queen of Hearts or something, so I think it's more of that type of theme. But I don't know. It's just so funny. It's just so funny. The day people genuinely obsessively fan over me is the day after the apocalypse, and I am the last surviving meme lord to appease the cannibals. Hilarious. Looks scary. When the season that Clown Caustic came out... Oh, I wonder if I have this clip. I bet I have this clip somewhere. Hold on. And again, that was Piebun's art. You should go follow them on the Twitters, because they're great. I love so much of their stuff. I have a bunch of like random Apex clips that I have just privated on my YouTube channel because I know that they're not good enough to show to people who play Apex because they'll be like, wow, this is worthless. This is not a good clip. Where's my studio? There we go. But I think I have this clip somewhere, and it makes me so happy. It's the season when Clown Caustic came out, and I don't know what was happening. I think I have it. I should have it. Let's find it. It's gonna be from a bit ago. Let's see, should be around here. I've been backing up most of my Twitch streams, so there's just so many. Is it? Is it this? I don't think it's this. Maybe it is this. Or is it? Is this it? Yeah, yeah, it's this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. So this was when Clown Caustic came out. Oh, I guess I should stop. Hold on. My music. There you go. This was when Clown Caustic came out, and I'm playing with some randoms here. And so I usually don't care about randoms usually, but this is, and I think this is one of the first games that I had Clown Caustic. I was like, oh, there are people up top here. Let me go take care of them real quick. Please pay attention to the Watson's reaction. There's this like the Watson like what? There's like a slow turn there, and I just felt so evil, but I executed both of them, and it made me happy. My teammates died. I think I got a couple of other kills from this, but hold on, where is? Yeah, watch the Watson again. Toxic. It was toxic. Just, she's like, huh? Huh? Does not shoot, does not do anything. Just... Where is that? When it happened, it just made me laugh. Love it. Okay. Anyway. That was toxic. But, that was pretty toxic. But I like to RP when I play Caustic, so it just feels better. What was she doing? Her teammate so mad. I know. Well, and I love that it. I mean, to be fair, like I just noticed going back. I guess the Bangalore did not heal up her shield or something. She must have gotten hit recently, and. Because I barely did any damage to her. Also, my aim was terrible. But my favorite thing is that there's like a two-step Watson turn where it's like looking at Bangalore. Huh, you're on the ground. Wait a minute. They don't hear my trap right behind them. I don't know. Maybe they weren't playing with headphones on or something. I don't know. Caustic is, it's hard. I think he's like my he's definitely top 3 for me. It's kind of hard now because I think it's like Mirage is number 1. Octane has become number 2 because I feel like I'm pretty good with him. I'm probably better with Octane than I am with Mirage, but I just like Mirage so much better. And then Caustic and Fuse are actually right there at number 3. Even though I have not had much success with Fuse, he's just so much fun to play. And that's for me, that can be everything. That's why in League of Legends, that's why I play as Teemo. Not because Teemo is very competitive, but rather because but rather because he's just fun to play. He's just fun to play. I'll also show you guys. I'm sure I have this. Where is it? Yeah. Oh, actually, I don't know if I should show that because it has my friend's face in it too, so I probably won't. Basically, if I get permission from Balto, I'll show you guys one of these days. But my pal Balto and I, we can be little rats sometimes. And when we play Apex, and we play. I mean, we started playing more aggressively for sure, but we know where we stand. We know generally that in most fights we probably will succeed better if we kind of rat it out. He likes playing caustic, and so sometimes it goes to our benefit if we can trap up a house or whatever. We played a game which was probably one of our best games ever, where at some point we just kept running into teams. And then, like, at some point, this was on World's Edge, at some point we're in one of the buildings, he's trapped it up with gas. I get downed like 2 times, I think, in the process, but like team after team after team starts like infiltrating this building, and we keep on fending them off, and it's just like, when that finishes, we like have to run to the ring, we kill somebody on the way there, then there's like 3 teams left, and we end up like killing a lot of them. It was a high kill game for us, which we don't typically have. We've won quite a bit together, but it's because we pick and choose our battles, and then at the very end we happen to be like in just a much better position or whatever, and we end up winning. But we had a game that was a duos, and we just dominated. We did so well. And so what I did was I recorded a clip on my PlayStation 4. He did as well. And what I did was, because in games like that, we like to talk about what happened and what worked for us and whatnot. Not very strategically, more like, I can't believe this worked. I don't know if you saw what I was doing while you were doing this thing, but let me tell you about it. That sort of stuff. So what I did, he sent me his clip. And then what I did was I made a video where you can see both of our screens at the same time. And it's mostly synced. I think it's like 1 second off, something like that. But what I did was off to the side. Well, here's the thing. So off to the side, I have, next to my gameplay footage, I have a picture of me, and every time I get a kill, I add like a hologram version of me, because I was playing Mirage. So it's like every bamboozle there is like, or every kill is represented by another hologram me. And then I have a picture of my friend Balto next to his footage, and I've put like Caustic's mask sort of like in front of his face, and every time he gets a kill, another one of his like the Caustic grenades appears. Anyway, maybe let me text my friend, I'll see if I can show people the let me see what he says. He might say no. Maybe, or I can just block his face or something. Look at that little Pepe dance. I don't know what happened. Maybe this is just not wide enough. What's going on? It's doing my chat's doing a weird thing where when I highlight over someone's message, the reply to message is below. It's weird. And so it like my chat keeps like adjusting as I mouse over it. It makes it wonky. But I'll see what he says, and if he says okay, then I'll show it, or maybe I'll cover his face or something. I guess I could do that. But it was we were so proud of ourselves. We were so proud of ourselves for our success. Eat the Dorit. Oh man. So I'm thinking about while I see if Balto tells me yes or no. I'm thinking about adding. Well, we're gonna get a new animation thing this week. Just so you know that it should be done this week. So a new channel point something is coming. Gonna add sound effects that you guys can do, just like if you tip so many bits, it just plays that sound. And I'm gonna put like in the Discord, I'm gonna put a list so you can always refer to it as like, oh, if I do this mount, it's gonna play the sound. They'll mostly be kind of like shorter sounds. Excuse me. They're gonna be shorter sounds, like maybe game sound effects or something from movies or whatever. But that you can kind of fit different scenarios. But I'm trying to figure out what all I need to add to that list. Like I'm already gonna put the like Metal Gear like whomp, you know the exclamation point sound that I'm talking about, the pudding, yeah, that sound. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, Discord, you're supposed to be on, streamer mode. Oh, send you a funny Wraith clip? Uh-oh. Hold on, let me see. It's loading. Here, I'll put it on the screen after I mute the music.
Throwing thermite grenade.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Yeesh. Uh-oh. Oh, it's on a playlist. It's on a playlist. Yeesh. It's so loud. Wait, what is so loud? Is this loud? My, burn them all. That's my bad. If the sound is too loud, just let me know. But, no, that's intense. The most satisfying thing is landing a, thermite and just hearing the ticks. Love it. It's one of the most satisfying things, especially as Fuse, after you've launched it at them. It's just, I love it. Love that tick. I know. Oh, yes, everybody. This song. Peace and tranquility, my friends. The music's gonna go up a little bit. Not talking to you, Paul. I'm sorry. An entire situation. One Watson you'd have solved. Play Watson now. Soul Creek advertisement is not liable for low win rates. Uh-oh. This is just... It's so good. A Hat in Time, I kind of miss playing it. It was fantastic. I need to just go back and play, finish, and get some of the last, like, collectibles, just for me. But the music of this game is just... I could listen to it all the time. Here, let's also put the song isn't a part of the Become a Hat in Time speedrunner? I don't know if I could. Let's do... Where's the... Scootin' through Clockworks Beneath the Sea. I think it's this one. We'll add this to the queue. So it plays next. This is the synthwave remix of the time trial song. I believe. Such a fun game. So cute, and just like the platforming was a lot of fun. I thought each of the worlds, I was like, not what I was expecting at all. Supposedly they had to cut a lot of content, which is a little sad. Just because of money and time, and they only had so many people working on it, but it's just sad. But I think they said they're gonna make a Hat in Time 2, and that at some point, but I think they're currently working on another game, so I doubt. Mafia said that JPP no longer visits Mafia Town. It's true. I haven't deleted it off my PS4 yet, so that I can play a little bit on my own. Oh, what a good song! This is so good. It's just, the synth, the percussion, just so enjoyable. Balto still hasn't answered me. I'll probably play it again. Not on stream, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna replay many games on stream. Please don't stop the music. I know. I've actually listened to this on like repeat for a long time. I'm the type of person that can listen to the same song over and over and over again and not get annoyed by it. Yes, this song is just delicious. It's so good. Da, 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 da. I love it. Can I send you an amazing Warframe cover of a Hat in Time song? Wait, what? Warframe covered a Hat in Time? Is that even allowed? This music is fuel for Midnight Study. Burning? What? Study burning. Learning? Guts? That is what we call you. No, guts. Guts. If you have not watched Psych, do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor and watch Psych. Because it's so good. I'll probably watch it. Oh, it's like a mix somebody did. I'll probably listen to it after, in the case it is not royalty free. I do not want to get bopped by the DMCA. But thank you for sending it in. But I love this type of music. Talinus85, who if you have not followed him, I highly recommend that you do, because he is... Did that work? He is our mate. Our mate. Our mate. Burnsy! Ah, Rabbit's amazing. Burnsy, we're in just chatting. So you can't say that to me. You can't say that to me. We will probably play Mario plus Rabbids, but we'll see. Boonshine Gaming. If you want, you can post it in our Discord, and I can watch it later, but probably not on stream. I worked in a magazine editor way back. Oh yeah, studying reading music, or if I'm doing desktop publishing in the past. Ooh. Taloni is the best type of Talinus, indeed. Taloni, oh, I got sidetracked. Taloni was painting Warhammer, there we go, Warhammer figures on stream, and I hopped into the Discord and chatted with him as well, and that was a lot of fun. But he was listening to this great synthwave mix, And it was just wonderful. I loved it. I was like, Taloni. I call him Taloni. Taloni, send that to me because I will listen to it. Probably rabbits. Probably amazing gameplay. Indeed. We will probably get to it, but I'm enjoying just chatting with you guys, you know, like you do. Like we do. But if you have not followed Taloni, Talonus, it's hard for me to say Talonus now because I have called him Taloni for too long. Too long. If you have not followed him, you should. He used to play a bunch of Animal Crossing, doesn't really play much Animal Crossing anymore. After he lost his island, and it was very sad. Just chatting is what gets me through the day. Oh, good. But then he played, what's that mech RPG? There are characters in Super Smash Brothers now. Uh-oh, Burnsy, Xenogears, yeah. He played Xenogears, all right, let me go change real quick. Burnsy has redeemed Get Cozy, so let me go get Cozy, BRB, here. I'll be right back, we'll continue chatting, but I'm gonna, oops, wrong one. That's okay. All right, enjoy the music. Oh, muted. Like a pro. Welcome back. Let me lower the music again. Oh, the reason why I need to fix it, whenever I copied the sources over to different scenes, they weirdly resized. I just find the oversized jet really funny. Which one was it the disappointed one? I saw that it was like at the very corner of the screen, but there may be one where it's like full screen. I don't know. But thank you, Burnsy, for redeeming Get Cozy. Love and Disappointed? Uh-oh. I need to check that. I need to test it. I need to test it. Oh. Oh, okay. My friend Balto said that we can watch the video. So let's watch the video. Opons, I hope you're still around so you can witness this. So a slight face reveal for my buddy Balto. You can't really see his face. It's even better. It's like only partially. His face is only partially obscured. There are those in chat that know what day it is. Yet, Paul must know what day it is without being told. Wait, what? What? I don't mean to understand. I'm so excited for you to work out the film or TV show I was in. Oh, right. Well, you never told me. Wasn't that like a goal or something? Mr. Soul Creek, I'll listen to it later. I'll listen to it later. Do not worry, my friend. I will listen to it later. Opons, are you still around? I hope you are. If not, you will watch this on VOD. I'll send it to you and be like, please watch this. I don't know. Maybe I missed some of those hints. You just said you were in a... You were like... I think all you mentioned was that you were in a movie and that you were really young then. That was about it. Wait, Runner, you're saying lol wow because of this? Do a web swing, please? Flip. It is really cozy, though. I'm actually... Luckily, it is not very warm in my apartment today. And I also just got an ice-cold Waterloo to drink. And by ice-cold, I just mean it's cold. It's from the refrigerator. Wait, you were in a really bad superhero movie that didn't make any sense? What? Okay, you did not mention that. I would have remembered that for sure. People comment to Creek and Tank streams should know what day it is. You are known to frequent them. Wait, what day is it? I don't know. I don't know what this reference is. I apologize. And the series I was in was with the actor who was in Venom. Wait, Riz Ahmed or Tom Hardy? Was Tom Hardy in another superhero movie? I don't think so. The villain. Okay, I think that was... No, I'm listening to you while I'm working in the studio. I have you on one of the monitors, but I'm not looking at it. But then I just hear Jet sounding frustrated, like, later. So, so I look and see Jet is in a Spider-Man onesie. But I am Spider-Man cozy. What is happening? It's because Burnsy redeemed, get cozy. We gotta get cozy when Sun does that. We gotta. No, the series wasn't a hero suit, just the other film. Oh, I see. I see. You were in a superhero movie that didn't really make sense, but then you were also in a series with the actor who's in Venom. Interesting. Well, if I have to tell you, I don't get the reference. Burnsy, are you on IMDb? If I search for Mr. CM Burns, will I find you? What? Oh, it's Yeet Day? What? Boyd. You just gifted a random sub to the channel, and Opons got it, which is awesome. Opons, if you're still here, make sure you say thank you to Boyd for that. Boyd, thank you for gifting a sub. I really appreciate it. I'm not yet. You should. I'll discover what movie you were in, and then I'll create your IMDb profile. Okay, Opons, if you're ready, I can show you the clip with me and my buddy Balto. He gave me the okay. You're on IMDb? Wait, really? What, runner? That's amazing. Monday is Yeet Day. It is known. It was not random. Oh, wait, you didn't? Oh, you gifted to him specifically? Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I'll make your Wikipedia page as well. Ooh, a fist bump. Everybody, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. And Boyd, thank you so much for gifting a sub. From Opons, this is for you, Boyd. If you'd like a fist bump, go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, bam. It's got to have all my totally real stats, I say. Perfect. Okay, let me show you guys. This is a clip of me and my pal Balto. It is probably our best. It is our best. One of our best Apex games, and it features a fun little thing that I did. Oh, hold on. Let me hide this for a second. Boop. Boop. And now... Oh, weird. The burn it all down didn't work. Or is it working? Is it working? It is. It just didn't update for me. I was like, wait a minute. If you're really Spider-Man, then do a flip. I wish I could. I wish I could. All right. So, okay, I think we're ready. All right. So this, I started where it gets good. And I think you can hear me talking, but you can't hear my buddy Balto. And I don't know how loud this is. But, so basically, that's my buddy Balto up top. That is his screen. And then that's me. Obviously, that's me on the bottom. If you guys don't know, right there. That's the guy with the beard. Well, he also has a beard, but the one with the longer beard, that's me. And I think there's like a 1 second delay between our gameplay. Oh, no, maybe we can't hear him. Maybe he can't hear me. Maybe that's the problem. If I right-click a source, I can rotate it. Do I need to rotate something? So nothing exciting is happening yet, but it's about to. Look at this.
There's one right here.
I think I also skipped through some parts. I think I fast forward through boring parts. I know it's hard to tell. I think this is the first time at this point in this game where we've seen anybody. This duos? It is. We tend to play a lot of duos together. Versus trios. Love that team damage there. And it's great because we I don't know. Our team composition doesn't feel very strong. a caustic and a mirage, but it just works for us. I think my pal's being chased by a bloodhound. Oh, and you'll see there's a new bamboozle next to me. Wait, do you keep making more mirages every kill? Yes. So it goes with it. I spent too much time on this. I spent too much time on this. We were really proud of this match, so I wanted to commemorate this. Look at this. Balto being a good teammate, picking me up after I get downed. And then I think I get down almost immediately.
Giving my shields a recharge.
My vision is clear.
A good caustic is hard to find, indeed, and he does a great job. And he gets, so every time he gets a kill, he gets a little grenade canister.
Just gotta patch myself up.
I forget what caustic's thing is called. A gas thing.
Until close. Rings nearby. Optics here.
But this was so much fun also going through this and seeing, like, because there are sometimes, wait, that's Jet in the Corner and not Mirage? I know. Unbelievable.
I'm okay with that.
Oh my gosh.
Hard to guess, hard to tell the difference. Thank you. He does wear a Blockbuster shirt a lot, so it is, you're right, it is hard to tell.
30 seconds. Rings close.
See, that is a good time where it was good to be caustic, because that gave me enough time to pick you up.
We should conduct this.
What was I gonna say? Pretty much from here on out, it just doesn't stop. We keep on running into other teams,
Tick, tick,
And-
10 seconds.
Probably
At least the
just
ring's
as
close.
invasive as me.
and we would say out of our friends, we're not the best. We have some friends that are good. Like, we have a friend who made it to Predator, and when we play with him, we just kind of like, I don't know. We just try our best. We just try our best, but this was like, I don't know. The stars align. Wow, Pred's super sweaty indeed. He's just really good. And when we play with him, it's kind of just like we support him as best as we can. We just know, like, anything good that we find, we give to him. You know, he gets first pick on armor and all that sort of stuff. So,
Giving my shields a recharge. You got bamboo.
I think I get downed here. I make a mistake. I think anytime I've played with work preds, I always feel like I know. Really, you're so good, Opons. That's hard to believe. That's hard for me to believe. Yeah, I do get down. Okay, that's what I thought. This is the house where things just things just keep getting serious, more and more serious. They're just on a different level. I don't know. I told my friend Balto, in fact, I was like, oh, I played with this guy. And I was like, it reminded me of when we played with our friend Meech, who is our Predator friend. I was like, everything was happening so fast. I was so scared. Yeah, this was a lot. Wait, a dev that plays the game? I call hacks. Why don't big and famous companies do this? Mr. Soul Creek, have a good sleepies.
Everyone's so thirsty.
I don't know if you can hear Balta right there. Why is everyone so thirsty? Because we are not very thirsty. For the most part. Sometimes Balta gets a little thirsty. If he's close to downing somebody, never know if he's going to chase after him. But I was panicking in this moment. I think there was another caustic, and I was getting damaged by his gas. I had no idea what was happening. There was so much gas everywhere.
Ooh, we killed each other. JP, I'm down. JP. We got 20 seconds.
Alright, just relax. I got everything under control.
we were panicking. Look, he's got 4 kills now. We usually are like a
Let's go.
1 or 2 kill win, maybe, with like a combined damage of 300.
Watch One sec. Feeling out.
This was
Close to the ring.
this was not our
Ring's moving.
we were not in our comfort zone. And I think if you watch my screen at the bottom here, I spot somebody who's also trying to get to the ring. And I quickly put an end to that.
I know what I need to do.
Balto also gets really sassy.
Shots fired, and they're hitting me.
Uh,
Yeah, that must have been the last one, because no one's revenging or whatever.
watch some YouTube before bed. All right, Boyd, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Love that Opons can now use some fist bumps now. The more people who can use fist bumps, the better. Excuse me. And then this became
There's people around.
chaos.
Oh, I'm almost out of heavy ammo.
And I don't know if let me skip a little bit of this.
That dude's gold armor, because if I had not picked up the...
So we like slide on through. We're like trying. There's only 4 squads left. We're trying not to gain, bring any attention to us at this point. We're scared. We're tired from all the fighting we just had. We have more kills than we normally do on a given night. Combined.
Side of the ring.
And this is kind of where, and this area, I always feel like this is such a weird ring. Because I don't know where to go. And we're watching film, Cap. This is me and my pal Balto. But see ya, Boyd. Thanks again.
That guy over there.
It's my pal Balto. That's his view up top. I made this for us because we were so proud of this game. Oh yeah, you did. You did get to play with Balto. I remember that. It was like one of the first times you played, I think, too. Yeah, me and Balto play quite often. But what we usually do is we're usually there to like chat. And play Apex. So we usually are just talking for the most part. I don't know if that's shocking to you guys to imagine that
1 minute until it
I like to talk. Right? I just feel like it's such a good time to just sit down and be like, oh, let's just talk about how are things. How's your day? Unheard of.
45 seconds remain before closure.
Okay, so ring about to close. There's like a team to our left. There are teams down there fighting. We don't know what's going on.
Like 2 mags. I'll be fine.
30 seconds.
And okay, let's move a little bit.
Ring's moving.
Yeah, so each of these, at this point I had 3 kills, therefore there are 3 holograms there, and my pal Balta had 4 kills, so therefore 4 gas canister grenade thingies. I guess what's funny is, yeah, I think we are watching film just about. What's funny is Balto and I both watched this together and then chatted about like, oh, I had no idea you were doing this, or that this is what you could see at the moment. So this team had no idea we were there. I also like putting people in boxes for friends. If they down somebody, I like to help them out a bit.
Oh no.
I think that's what we would always do that with our predator friend. Then my pal Balto became the kill leader. And I think... Is this the last one? Yeah. And we were just... there was not enough room for another hologram, so I had to kind of stick that one there. But let me see, what was our damage and stuff? We did so well. What was our Yeah, and you see, this is before I got my 2K badge, but I played no matter how many kills I got ever in any game, I could never get anywhere near 2,000. So that's why I was so happy when this season I finally got a 2K badge. But yeah, he had 6 kills, 1,300 damage. I had 5 with almost 1,200. It just was very exciting. We just had good positioning, I think, and I don't know. And friendship, I don't know. I think we beat them with the power of friendship. That's my guess. If I were to guess anything, it's that. You started playing more Mirage since I've seen you playing. Been fun. Oh man, I love Mirage. You need to get good with him so you can then teach me how to be better. Let's see. So I applied for a job yesterday and I got a response asking if the hours were fine after a little over an hour, but then I haven't heard anything back since. Oh, weird. I get the feeling I might not be getting the job. I don't know. If they asked you what you thought about the hours, I feel like that's a pretty good sign that you got it, right? That'd be my guess. Maybe I'm wrong. And while we're reviewing film, because I doubt we'll ever do this again, let me show you when I got my 2K badge. Just the last bit, because it was honestly the most chaotic thing I have ever experienced. I don't even know if I've had a more chaotic game, or one where I just felt the pressure was on. By the way, I have some here that are Cap and Jet first win together. So, where's my 2K? Aha! They responded saying, seen you at University UK working full-time. Oh, I see. Oh, well, they were just asking. Hopefully it's fine. Let me put this up to music. I was so close to 4K, I was 75 off. Oh, no. Twice. Also, the spelling mistakes were in their email. Hilarious. I was so close to 4K, I was 75 off from it. I have never gotten 4K with anyone. Dang. I've only gotten 2Ks. But this season, so I've never received a 2K badge. But then I guess, or I can't remember if this was season 8 or season 9. I guess this was season 8 because Valk's not in the character select. But then, after getting this one with Mirage, I've now gotten at least a 2K with Octane and Caustic. And I got all of them within like a week of each other. And I felt very excited about that. Now I want to get a 2K with Fuse just to see if I can do it. But, okay. So, something happens. I think the Rampart dies really early on and disconnects, right? Is that what happens? Something... I feel like I remember being down a teammate at some point. We're going to skip to the end where it gets exciting. Or maybe the Bangalore leaves? Somebody leaves, I think. As is... Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's a while later. Maybe she leaves at the last fight. But we had come across a few teams. Ah, okay, here we go. This is where it gets intense. I guess we had fought a couple of teams. I already had 1,100 damage going into the last 4 squads. That's a lot for me. But this last bit is probably the most chaotic fight I've been in.
Might be something good there.
Because it just felt like it didn't stop, and I got scared multiple times. I was like, especially the more that it got to, like, I like checked my damage. I'm like, uh-oh, I'm getting really close to 2,000. I kept getting so nervous because I've been close. I've been like 20 points away from getting a 2K badge. Oh, this was also this event where you're like armor charged and stuff. I forgot about that. So I think at this point they got downed and I was like, I I need to survive. I think the Rampart really wants me to come get her at some point, I think, and it's just isn't gonna happen. It is strawberry. I've only had strawberry and grape. Grape was not so bad. But
I'm pretty sure this means you're on cleaning duty for a month.
and I was like, oh no, here they come.
Sending out another me. Damn, he's good looking. Jukes to the rescue.
I'm playing the rat again and hiding, going to hide. Going to hide where I feel safe. She got down again by Obi-Wan Cannolis. Perfect.
45 seconds until the ring closes.
I know, right? Yeah, I did too. I tell you, I was scared. They put her in a box. I think there were no more... Also, I only have a white helmet. There were no more
Great.
respawn beacons. At least 10 people left. I'm scared. Sweating, probably. Cheeto dust on my fingertips.
Ring's closing in 10.
Yeah. Jetpack Paul. Some people are being downed. I don't know where I should go. Do it. I know you added me, I think, on Apex, but maybe not on PS4. I was like, what do I do? And then everything just started coming together. Also, keep in mind that I'm rocking a R301 Mozambique right now. I think on PC I don't play PC. Oh, okay, maybe that's what it was. Hey, a purple helmet. For some reason, my aim became very good. It's not normally this focused.
And I'm talking to myself. Fantastic.
And I became thirsty. Oh, this was with the, oh, I know why I had the Mozambique. Because this was when, they had the challenge where you had to do so much damage with the Mozambique. So I started picking it up.
Sending out another me.
Yeah, the hammer points. Miss it. I miss it. I'm at 1,800 damage. 5 kills. I'm the kill leader.
Throwing out shots. Throw a grenade out. Watch it,
I got the kill for that, but she died from her ultimate. And then at this point, I'm scared. I'm so scared right now. And then I don't know how... He just must not have healed up or something. I feel like as soon as I broke his armor, I did 103 damage and he died. So I got lucky there. You scared her from her position. I know. It was with the grenades, and then by like just pushing her, she just got scared. But I was like, did I get it? Did I get close to? And I only went over 2,000 by 80 damage. I was like, and this was another point where I was like, I had 7 kills and 5 knocks, and I still only made it to just like slightly over 2,000. Unbelievable. Why is it so hard for me? But yeah, I carried them to victory. I actually carried them this time. This is what we call a hard carry. When am I going pro? I don't know. I'm trying to get, I'm trying to get picked up, but they just don't recognize. They're like, wait a minute, what's your KD ratio? Okay, sir, please stop calling. We will report you for spam calls. Yeah, and that was one of those times where I was like, okay, that felt really good because I knew that I wasn't like just carried to victory, I guess. Like I was like, I actually did it, and I got my 2K badge. Finally, since season 0, I think. Or maybe I started playing season 1. But really early on, I started playing season 1. I was like, I finally got my 2K badge with Mirage of all people. So happy. And then I got Octane and Caustics, I think. Very shortly after that. It felt very good. Just trying to do the Mirage Mains subreddit proud. That's the least I can ask for, I think. I just want to make those people proud. But what can you do? But then again, you see some people who are like, some of the people who post in the Mirage Mains subreddit, ooh, they're so good. And I'm like, I'll maybe be like you one day. That's my goal. But I think Mirage is the one legend that I have the most kills with. I think I have over 1,000 with Mirage, but I think that's just purely because I've played with him the most. Not because I feel like 1,000 kills over 9 seasons is not a very good number for having a main. And for playing as regularly as I do. I think I have under 150 kills with him. Yeah, and I think Octane, who I probably play the most after that, I think I have 350 or something, which it feels bad. I don't know if I've reached a total of what, but Cap, you only started playing last season and then haven't really been playing as much. So that doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, that does make sense. If you had more, that would be just insane. I'd be like, Cap, why haven't you gone pro? But of my friends, I play Apex the most. I think out of all of them. Even the Pred stopped playing for a bit, but he's kind of hopped back in now. We actually played some with him the other day, and he's still incredibly good. Which is like, I feel like I should be better since he hasn't played in multiple seasons. But he's still just like hops in and he's just carrying us, putting us on his back. And it's just crazy. I keep being afraid of popping back in and realizing I'm trash. I have to just pull the Band-Aid and let me be carried by you, Jet. I know. I actually meant to see if you wanted to play the other day when you mentioned it, and I totally forgot. I think Bang, Wraith, Path, Watson, Lifeline at over 1,000 kills. Dang! That's awesome. But you mostly play as Lifeline, right? I think you said you were a Lifeline main, but has that changed? Burnsy did, Azure. He did. It changed? Uh-oh. Who do you main now? Yeah, so we're wearing our you can actually oh, I can't because of my headphones. You can see through these. My headphones though won't allow me to pull this over. Dang. You had close to 6,000 with her? Dang. Spider Jet. Spider Jet. Bang Horizon or Path. I'm so bad with Horizon. And I feel like I shouldn't be. I feel like Horizon isn't that difficult. But for whatever reason, I am so bad with Horizon. Rhymes with Fighter Jet. It does. Does whatever a Spider Jet does. I mentioned this the other day. I totally didn't. I bet I could find pieces for a. Let me look at this now. Thingiverse. Let's go to thingiverse.com. Jetpack. I bet I could print off a jetpack. I bet I could 3D print a. Oh my gosh. Sometimes Bloodhound. Bloodhound's fun. I'm curious how Seer will feel. Can he swing from a bed? Probably not. It's too high. Yeah, I was actually about to say I don't like heights. Ooh, I can print off a Rocketeer jetpack, like from the movie The Rocketeer. A Star Wars JT-12. Oh, did they go with the music? I didn't even take a look. Sorry, I got distracted by jetpacks. I could print off a Fortnite jetpack, but we don't want that. We don't want that. Our loyalty is not as or we don't have loyalty to them. A Halo Reach jetpack. Here, let's take a look at this Rocketeer jetpack. Ooh, Wizarino! Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for that follow. We were chatting. Wow, we've talked about a lot. But we were talking Apex for a really long time, and then I got distracted and started looking up if I could print off a jetpack with my 3D printer, and I think I could. I wonder how... It says it comes in one file? What? Hold on. This is what I'm looking at, by the way. Save image. Just so you guys can see. Oh, it's going to save as a WebP because the internet is terrible now. Sorry if that was loud. This is on Thingiverse. It says it prints off in one file. That seems like a lot. Wait, what? The one file is just for the fuselage. I don't think that's supposed to happen. What is this? Is this for something else? Oh, they had to... Oh, they removed their design. That's a bummer. Oh, that's a bummer. They removed their design. So, okay, cannot print that. You should absolutely paint a life-size 3D printed jetpack. Right? Wouldn't it be awesome? I could do some promotional photos in a jetpack and just with my green screen, just then with After Effects, make it look like I'm flying through the air. It'd be perfect. Let's see. Let's see if I can find a toddler jetpack. Hilarious. Because I have a pretty big 3D printer, though it's actually it hasn't been working since I switched filaments, and need to figure that out. I'm not seeing those darn filaments. Indeed. I'm not really seeing any, unless I do like... they have like here's the thing, I'm not a very big Star Wars fan. They have unsub. I know they have this, but that's, I don't really know if I would want that. It's from something Star Warsy. I want like a cool jetpack. Looks like the Mandalorian. Yeah. Here, oh, here's another Rocketeer jetpack. I wonder if this is, yeah, it's not really my style. I want something kind of cyberpunky. I wish I could get something cyberpunky. I actually tried to hire. I went on Fiverr because I feel like cyberpunk art is very specific, and it's not something that I feel like I can mimic very well. I feel like I can mimic a lot of different art styles. I don't think I can really do that very well. It seems usually very intricate. Here's another one, and here's how it like breaks down, and like the pieces and stuff. So I went to Fiverr to try to see if I could find someone, to see if someone can like draw something in a Azure. Thank you for that. Hydrate. See, yeah, like in a Cyberpunk 2077 style, but just like in a Cyberpunk-y style. There were a few artists there, but it's kind of hard to tell. Some of I've learned that on Fiverr, a lot of people just kind of like steal stuff. And I've kind of been like, I'm pretty convinced that if I tried to hire somebody to make something like that, they're probably just going to steal the art from somewhere. And so maybe I've even seen that sometimes they they'll like just trace over stuff. I don't know. It's just not very good. Fiverr is just not a great website, is what I'm learning. I'm sure that's something that everyone has known now, but I don't know. Yeah, so oh, believe me, I do, but Jet doesn't want to play with us because we don't play Apex. No, that's not what I've told you. I've already spoken my piece about Pokemon Unite. I'll play when Psyduck is available, but probably for not much longer than that. It's pay to win. It's pay to win. And Final Fantasy 14. No, Burnsy, I've said that I would play Apex with you. We have played. We'll play. Tell me when you're available, and we'll play some Apex. Don't try to feel bad, man. Me. Don't try to make me feel bad. I already feel bad. I won't play Final Fantasy 14 though. Maybe at some point. I've considered. So, Talonus85 and I, we're about to hit one. Yeah, apparently not that bad. We are about to hit a year into our friendship, and we were talking on his stream the other day. I was like, we should do something to celebrate that. We need to like celebrate our 1 year friendship. I think we're gonna plan something. I think I convinced him to do something. But part of me was like, maybe I should play Final Fantasy 14 for him, just like as a as a compromise of, or not a compromise, but as like a look for our 1 year friendship. I will play Final Fantasy 14 once. Would it just be the character creation? Probably, because it would take me that long. But I've played Final Fantasy 14 before. I've had an account before. I played back when it was on the PS3, mind you. Back when it was on the PS3. I was an OG, sort of. I played like right after they wiped their whole game because it was reviewed so poorly. and then they came back. I started then, and I played for a while, and then I stopped because I was like, MMORPGs are just really hard for me to get like sucked in. Wow, OG. I know. That's why everyone's like, Jet, you need to play Final Fantasy 14. I'm like, I have. That's the thing, is that I have, and I don't want to play anymore. I get sucked in and then fall off. I just don't ever. There's only been one MMO that did it for me, which was, and I've mentioned this before, which was, now I'm just using it as ammo against you. I know, I can tell. You and Azure started chatting on the same stream. Oh wait, really? Did we? I didn't realize that. I thought Azure had been around much longer than that. What was I gonna say? Oh, the only MMO that really sucked me in was Ragnarok Online. There we go. It just took me a second to remember it, but Ragnarok Online was what did it for me, and I loved it. And it's a Korean MMO, 2D, looks so adorable. I've already shared screenshots of it before, but I've thought about maybe doing like a random stream of that. I wonder if anyone is streaming that right now, the original Ragnarok Online, because there are like private servers that you can join. Oh my gosh. I don't know about that. That seems like a you thing. That seems like a you guys thing. Ragnarok Online. Hey! Are you gonna say United? People are playing it! Oh my gosh, this is amazing. 660 viewers playing Ragnarok Online. Like, that looks like the same person. There are two people playing that look almost nearly identical, but I don't think they're the same person. They're not the same person. Now that I take a better look. But... sorry, Azure. I'll be your fourth in quick play. Oh my gosh. How about you guys... I'll spectate. I'll be your, like, your host, or like announcer guy. I'll interview you and be like, I'll be your coach. I'll be your Unite coach, having never played it. Yeah, oh my gosh, there's so many people still playing Ragnarok Online. That makes me so happy. We'll have to definitely do a stream. Maybe what I'll do is I'll say, hey everyone, on this day, we are going to play Ragnarok Online on stream. You can join me. And we'll run around together. That'd be amazing. Wait, you mean like you were when we played on Saturday? I was like sleeping. I always get rest. Try to get rest before. Why does this sound like Last Bronx? Wait, Ragnarok Online? It's very different. I watched. Oh, by the way, let me tell you, I watched the Last Bronx movie. That's on YouTube. Someone uploaded the entire thing to YouTube, and oh yeah, you did double rate it. You did. That was amazing. It was so much fun. I also watched that Opons. That was really interesting. And you see, there was a following. I didn't just make up this game. But I watched the movie. Honestly, the movie is just terrible. Don't watch the movie. It is a waste of time. If there was at least a redeeming factor of the movie, I would say you should watch it just for the, like, okay, watch it. Got it. If there was just like an all redeeming factor of the movie, I would say, hey, you guys should watch this. There's a couple of really good fight scenes, or just watch the fight scenes. No, don't. Oh my gosh, it is just so bad. It's honestly surprising how bad it is. The fighting is not good, which you would think that would be the one thing that they spent budget on. It's terrible. One, the lighting in the movie is incredibly dark. And so there are even worse probably. I didn't watch the Mortal Kombat movie, but I kind of figured it'd be bad, but I'm also not really a Mortal Kombat fan. But there's some of the first fighting sequences are essentially in the dark. Like there's a street lamp maybe that's like, I don't know, 50 yards away. That's the only way you can see what's happening. And so you just see shadows and like you can hear the like whooshing and the bams of like when something lands, but that's it. And so it's just like I had to like turn up the brightness on my screen, like trying to see if I could see anything, but it is pitch black. And that's like the one thing you would want to see. So like it starts off like that. Then there's like a 15-minute sequence where they're introducing all of the characters, but there's nearly no talking. It'll show the character in their environment. Usually it's in their gang, or what they do or something about them, but they're usually not talking. And it just pops up with their name on the screen and there's music playing. It starts off with like, I guess Lisa, who was my favorite character in the game. I guess she's a drummer of a band. I don't even know if that's true in the game at all, but whatever. She's in a band, I guess. And this like golden letter falls from the sky and she reads it and it's just like somebody saying, join us in this tournament. Also, by the way, the movie is completely unsubtitled. So
I just noticed I don't have a bits badge equipped, and then decided to give bits anyway.
Azure, thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Enjoy the bits badge. You also have a gifted sub badge though. Oh hey, that's how Twitch Rivals starts, right? This is it's because I had the gift badge. Oh no. I've actually, by the way, I've been thinking about, well, we'll talk about it later. Well, let me finish this. So, but I appreciate the bits so much. Thank you for the biddies. So, okay, yeah. So a golden letter falls from the sky and it's like, hey, I mean, granted, this is in Japanese, but it's essentially like, hey, there's a tournament, be there, or something will happen. I'm winning the leaderboards. Fight me, Chad. You are like the top of the leaderboards, period. And then it goes to another person. And again, so like you hear the voice when the letter is read, but she doesn't say anything. She's just on the drums and introduces the next character who's just watching the person play the music. And like he's just watching the band, and a golden letter falls from the sky, and it's the exact same letter. And the thing is, and this was like a dumb choice, every character gets the exact same letter, and it's the same words every time, but they do the same audio sound where it's like somebody reading it, but it's like echoed. But they do it to every character. There's like 12 characters, something like that. And so it just the sequence takes place over 15 minutes, and it just cuts to another character in their setting. Same letter falls from the sky. You see that the letters aren't just appearing out of nowhere. There is a guy who's delivering them, but he just like throws the letter into the air and it just like floats down to them, which is kind of dumb in a way because like there's a mysterious factor to it when the letter is just falling out of nowhere and you don't see it coming. But then now you see that there's like every once in a while they'll show that there is actually a guy who's doing this. And so it's just a weird like like thing to imagine. This guy isn't delivering them specifically. He wants to have this air of mystery, I guess. So he keeps on just like tossing it and the letter just floats. But what's funny is only one character sees this guy. And she actually, interestingly enough, she actually sees him first before he sees her, and so she sneaks up on him and like puts her weapon up to his throat, which is also weird because it's the girl with like tonfas, like the batons, not the batons, but like the police baton things. She's the one with tonfas, so it's not like, I mean, like putting a tonfa up to someone's neck it's not as threatening unless it was like a knife or something, right? Like, what is she going to do? It's like, it's not bladed or anything. It's not like the girl from Soul Calibur who has blades as tonfas. It's just I don't know. Like, I guess she could like, I don't know, grapple you or flip you over or something, but it was just kind of like, what's happening? So they're all invited to this tournament. Now, if you were making, like, if they made a Tekken movie, which they may have, I don't know. But if they made like a Tekken movie or like an arena battle type movie, I would imagine that for the most part, like especially based on a video game where you have multiple stages and that kind of thing, you would try to have the tournament take place. I think they did this with Dead or Alive. You would imagine that they would the battles or like the fights would take place over multiple days maybe, or multiple stages, multiple areas, to make it interesting, to give some like something for the fans that know the different stages. They'll be like, hey, this looks like this one stage, or that is whatever. They're all invited into like a warehouse, but I think it's also like on a roof. So it just is so dark that it looks like you're inside of a warehouse. You can't see anything, even in the last little bit. And once the tournament starts, which is maybe 30 or 45 minutes into the movie, they don't move from that set for the rest of the movie. It's just they're there. It's an incredibly unlit warehouse rooftop, maybe, at night. And the area that they're fighting in is also so poorly lit that when they fight, they have spotlights that are shining on them. So you can't even see the entire arena that they're in, like while they're fighting in it. So like, it doesn't make sense. I'm explaining the Last Bronx movie that I watched. We were talking about Last Bronx on Friday, I think, and I watched the movie over the weekend. And it's just so bad. It's on YouTube. But so the arena that they're fighting in is not fully lit. They also do, sometimes when they're fighting, they do a camera shot that is so far away. They're like so tiny on the screen and you can't see the fighting, which is like the point. Which is the whole point of like, if you were making a movie based on a fighting game, the main thing, I don't care if the plot's bad. Like, I don't expect it to be good. Fighting games generally aren't based, or, you know, aren't popular because of their plot. It's, you go in for the fighting because it's cool and whatever. They also do, I don't know. It sounds like a fail all around. It was terrible. I usually am somebody who will like give a fighting, like a martial arts film, I'll give it some slack if the fighting is really cool. This was not. They also did like, to be fair, in Last Bronx, the victory screens, anytime you went around, the characters only have one winning pose. And so like Lisa is the one that I think is most memorable to me, since it's the only one, she's one of the characters I played. She does a thing where she does a spin and then she has like one leg up and she like does like a certain pose with her batons. There's another guy, I don't remember his name. He's the Yakuza member. He does like a Slav squat and puts his sword kind of over his shoulder. The characters do their victory poses multiple times, and will say their victory wins, like, but they also only have one victory quip as well in the game. They also only do that as well. They could have like come up with something more unique. Like they were like, all right, now we're gonna play super hard and stick to the game. Like we're gonna do this part though. We'll make that just to the game. We'll have them do it multiple times. They'll say the exact same thing every time, and I don't know. It was just, that part was just dumb. There was the possibilities. It could have been so much better. I feel I've actually thought about Opon. So you know that I've done work for Eric Jacobus before. I've thought about Gilmore.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. How are you doing? Thank you so much for resubscribing at tier 3. You've been subscribed for 12 months, a whole year. You are the second person with a year thing. Look at the gold jetpack. Amazing. Amazing. It sounds like the truest video game movie of all time. I don't know. The game is so much better. But look at, you've got a gold jetpack now. Amazing. I think it's you and Mr. Sputnik. You and Mr. Sputnik have the gold. And yours, wait, are you at 11? You're at 10 months. Cap, you're so close. I thought it was a pizza? What? That doesn't look anything like a pizza. Highlight over it. Look, it's a jetpack. It's got a jetpack that has a bandana. Yeah, all of them have bandanas, and then each of them have a different face. And then, but yours has a little crown because you're a T3, or you're a tier 3. And you're the only, I would like to point out, Gilmore is the only tier 3 subscriber that we have. So thank you, Gilmore. You are among the stars. But I thought it was a pizza rocket? What? I mean, that was a pretty cool idea. I did not think about that. But adorable. You can flex on people now, because now your little rocket jetpack has a crown on it too. Well, it's had a crown on it since last month, but I appreciate it, Gilmore. Like the eyes were pepperonis. Oh my gosh, they're little hearts. They're little hearts. What was I gonna say? Yeah, but the last Bronx movie, terrible. Nobody watch it. And have you seen my teeth tier 3 flair? I feel you there, Burnsy. I don't think we've never had a tier 3 one. Until Gilmore. I mean, I guess technically I'm tier 3, you know. But right? I think yeah, mine has the crown as well. But
just who is Brock? Where did he come from?
But it doesn't count. I don't count.
That begins years ago.
I had someone say they were, but I never believed them. Oh, you can check just by clicking on their name. Like right now, when I click on Gilmore, it says tier 3, subbed for 12 months. I turned off my own badge flare. Oh, interesting. Oh, I've just kept mine. I thought about, oh, okay, I'll say this now. Now that we're talking about these, might as well. I thought about, I can't, the thing is, the problem is that I could not think of something that would work. But I thought about having a subscriber badge and a bits badge that go together. Oh, they said they were gonna tier 3, but they never even subbed. Oh, I see. Now that, yeah, it's a weird thing for somebody to say and then not do. But what was I gonna say? I thought about having a sub badge and a bits badge or gifted sub badge that go together, so that like if it makes sense. So like side by side, they make a picture that's like cohesive. Even though there's like a little gap, there's like a couple pixel gap between them, that they still kind of look the same, but I could not think of something that would look good together. Like, if it was a silhouette, for example. Like, imagine a silhouette of, like, Saturn or something with the rings. You would have, like, half of it on the sub side, and then half of it on the, like, gifted bits or gifted subs badge or whatever. Yeah, kind of like that, but just the two. And then, like, you could have it different colors. So basically, as you unlock different ones, you could choose which badge you wanted. Kind of, yeah. But the thing is, I didn't know... Maybe if I had, like, the rocket going one direction, and then maybe on the left side, like the subscriber badge, it's also, like, flames. And then maybe the silhouette's a different color, so that way you can choose what you want the background to be. Well, I guess if you were subbed, that one doesn't change. It would be the rocket side, like the front of the rocket side, what you want the color to be. You could choose based on, like, because even if when you unlock bit badges and stuff, you can choose which badge you want to appear there, so you could, like, you can kind of mix and match. So it's kind of like a unique way to customize your chat, or like in your posts, basically. Like if you really like the color blue, you could choose the blue one to match with like the flame side or whatever. But I could never think what I wanted the combined picture to be. I thought about doing like a planet on one side. It could be Azure. Like a planet on one side and then kind of looking like a rocket was going around it, maybe. So like the rocket is on the right side, but the planet's on the left. And then I thought about maybe doing like kind of the synthwave visuals outrun. So maybe it's like an outrun sun, you know, like with the lines, and then the rocket going around, or like a palm tree or something. I don't know. I just didn't know what to theme it around, but. Alright, Gilmore, we'll see you later. Maybe have different levels of flames, and maybe the highest be stars coming out. Ooh, that's a great idea. That's kind of what I was going for with the rupees. Elle, for a while, had all purple and the VIP rupee and name. Yeah, then she was modded and it didn't work. Hilarious. Yeah, that's kind of like what I was thinking, where it's like you can kind of customize your own messages in a way. Stand out. But I just could never decide. I tried a few different things, just in Photoshop. I couldn't quite find a design that would be easily... maybe the rocket's a good idea. Maybe I should try that. And just have it be a rocket, no planets or anything. Or maybe that ends up being like... ends up becoming a thing once... if we ever, you know, reach 2 years, or a partner where you have, like, so many additional more. I don't know. Maybe I'll think about that. The rocket idea might be, because it'll be bigger. My idea with having the plane on one side and the rocket going on the, kind of looks like it's curving around it. The rocket was really small, and I feel like in chat you wouldn't be able to see what that is very well. So, I don't know. That's a good idea. Burnsy. I don't know. It's clearly rockets. It's clearly rockets. And even if so, then deal with it. It's not changing. Oh, a cloud? They're rockets. It's what's on the screen. Oh wait, it's not on the screen. It's on the screen when I'm here. Yeah, it looks like that. It's rockets with the it's like, and it's also like kind of a J is what it's supposed to be. If you go down to my About Me section, you'll see that I use it as Jetpack Paul, the J in Jetpack. Yeah, that's fair. When it's kind of small, it's kind of harder to tell what it is. But the jetpack fuel, I didn't know what else to put there. I guess I could do something else. Fuel, have like a fuel canister of some kind. I just figured trying to establish a branding. Am I the only one? I don't know what you're talking about, Azure. I like these. Nice. I'm so glad you get to have some emotes. I think the Pog one is probably my favorite. The and the crying. I don't know. Probably the Pog one is still my favorite. I spent such a long time trying to get it to look like PogChamp. And the fist bump looks pretty good. I wish the words were a little bit clearer, but there's just not enough room. But I am gonna say, when we get animated emotes, I think the fist bump is gonna be animated. I'm already trying to work that out, but jerry cans? What is a jerry can? Pogjection? Amazing. A jerry can. Is that like those red fuel cans? Oh, okay. I didn't know that's what they were. Can you animate a pogjection? Maybe. But I feel like together that looks so much. It looks good. I don't know. I just don't know if it would like look better, right? Have you standing up, pointing, shouting, objection? Maybe. Well, I feel like the fist bump would look great animated, so I think we'll animate that. But then the rest I think will be new stuff. A jet point? Yeah, we can do that. I feel like that would be good. Maybe as a follower? Maybe as a follower emote? Because yeah, otherwise we just have... My emote window's messed up. I don't know why. Where am I? There we go. I mean, we do have this, but not the same thing. Yeah, I don't have follower emotes yet, sadly. Do a shaking like this? That would be amazing. I love Boom Razzle's emotes. They're so good. Imagine only recently playing Ace Attorney and somehow being tied to it. We're still on that last case of that first game. Yeesh, it's a long one. But one of these days we'll get follower emotes, and one of these days, we'll get well, probably much later we'll get animated. He's a path main. Oof, like 20,000 kills. Yeesh. It is a long case. I'm hoping for at least 2 follow emotes because I have an idea for it. I believe everyone will get 5 when you get it. But yeah, every once in a while I'll see like the creator updates thing like lights up. I'm like, oh, here it is. It's finally my time. It's my time to shine. And then it's always like, oh, here's some new updated rules. Like, oh, okay, that's not what I was. That was not what I was expecting. So hopefully one of these days. Let me check my email. Maybe we've missed it today. Maybe it's come in. an email from Twitch, but it's not that. It just said that I got a new follower. So, that's nice. I mean, that is nice. I just... Also, by the way, Azure, my Goemon shirt came in today. I haven't checked my mail yet, but I got a notification that it was out for delivery. So fun times. I really want to have a Chesh hand and Gotham hand each making a heart. Oh, that's so great. That'd be awesome. That's such a good idea. I know. I'll wear it sometime this week. I usually give shirts a good wash first and then wear it. Oh, that's a great idea though, Burnsy. I love it. I've got, so we are taking suggestions in the Discord for emotes. If you guys, not this weekend, I think it'll be like during the week time. I don't, it's so weird that I think about this sometimes. I don't generally wear new shirts on the weekends because I feel like the weekends are actually more likely when someone will redeem Get Cozy. And so today is not that day, but, or today is an exception. But I usually tend to not wear new shirts in the case someone redeems Get Cozy on the Jet Lounge. So that way it's not covered up. Because usually if I have a new shirt, I'm like, oh, I want to wear it. I want people to see it. I don't know the last time I bought a new shirt. I felt like I needed to because I love this game franchise. More shower thoughts. What was I gonna say? Oh, we are taking suggestions in the follower emote ideas channel in the Discord. We've had a few recommendations. I believe like a pizza or something would be nice. I've wanted an emote for when we get sidetracked with stuff. That doesn't happen that often, but I feel like when we get sidetracked, maybe a good accompanying emote might be nice. And there are a few other suggestions, but I can't remember what that would be. I still need to finish planning out what emotes to have next to Descend to Get Done. That's fair. That's nice. Speeding car, hard turn left. I am tempted when we get animated emotes. I am so tempted to make one that looks like this, because it is probably my favorite. The animated, it's so amazing. But I am the only person who's used it, because granted, we don't play anything that probably requires that, but it is, I just love how shaky it is, and the blinking, and the face. It's just amazing to me. So maybe, maybe it can be a combo of that. It's, I feel like also if you've ever been in a situation where you're going over really bumpy roads or like off-roaded or something, that's exactly what it feels like. That is 100% what it feels like. I'm currently working on some emotes for somebody, and have sent some of them in for them to kind of take a look at and see if they're cool with it. If anybody needs some emotes, I can do it for you. I think a jet holding pizza called Jetpack Slice would be amazing. Oh man, I love that. That's a great. That's 100% what it should be. Granted, it'll be Jetpack 13 Slice until we eventually never reach partner. In which case, then I could update that so it's just Jetpack. But what's your price? I have a few ideas. Message me. We'll talk about it. No, Sloss? Wait. Why Sloss, not Slice? I thought that was a typo. Oh, like the New Yorker way. Okay, that's fair. I'll make Jetpack look like a New Yorker as well. By the way, if I were ever to replay a game, it would Slice. It probably would be later, alligator, because I loved it so much. I know it wouldn't be surprising anymore, but I loved it so much. I just want to reread the dialogue. It was just so funny. What does a New Yorker look like? You know, just like, hey, he looks like this. His shoulders are probably shrugged. he looks disinterested. What does a New Yorker look like? Let's Google that. What does a New Yorker look like? He's walking here. Yeah. Okay, not how to act like a New Yorker. Let's see. How can a typical New Yorker be identified? We walk really fast, like really fast. We gesture a lot. We love pizza, but only the pizza from select locations in Queens or Brooklyn. To us, White Castle is the greatest burger chain of all time. We bleed Yankee pinstripes. Nobody talks like us. He spelled talks T-A-W-K-S. Only the Za from Queens of Brooklyn. I don't know. I'll make him New Yorker-y. You'll see. You'll see. They'll all see. So I don't know. But yeah, maybe a jet holding a pizza or something. That'd be nice. But yeah, I need something for when we get sidetracked. There was something else that someone suggested. What was it? Someone suggested a waffle, but I don't want to do two food ones, I don't think. Oh, maybe like the side duck. We probably should have a side duck emote, right? I can't. Someone suggested something else, and I honestly cannot remember what it was. I love the clip that Opons put the GIF of the Japanese mascot running, and there's just explosions behind it. I love that so much. It's legitimately one of my favorite GIFs that I use. For when for when I lose my train of thought, probably. That's a good idea. That does happen to me quite often. It can just be like Side Duck with his hands on his heads. Heads. You have an issue? What is that? There is a cat on my desk. In your desk or on? Both could be a problem. Especially if it is a third cat that you do not own. Anyway, so there'll probably be a few changes coming to maybe it's in the Side Duck onesie. Oh, we should have that. That would kind of make sense because it's in your desk. Oh no. It would be kind of nice to have emotes that match the different onesies, right? Like maybe there should be a spider jet at some point. I don't know. What was I gonna say? Emotes? Is it about emotes? Oh, no. So there are new things coming this week. There will be a new channel point redemption thing that you guys will see. No spoilies, but it should be good. There might be a second if I can crank it out fast enough. Could potentially put something together. So we'll see. I'm trying to do some more elemental things, like we've talked about. And I've got all of my elemental animation things together. I just need to figure out what things would look like, I guess. Big Maz, welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome in. We've just been chatting about all of the things. Probably everything. Any topic you can imagine, we probably talked about it. If those topics related to board games, Last Bronx, the Japanese fighting game, and what else have we talked about today? I know we said we were going to play a game. I don't think we're playing a game today. We talked a lot about Apex. I fear we're not playing a game today. I just want... Lampfrost said you were a few shy of 550, so I brought a friend to get you there. Oh, Big Moss, thank you so much. Yeah, we're one away. Okay, GG, logging off might come back if you're still on. I don't know if we will. I am starving. Guys, I am so hungry. I have not eaten today. That's my bad. So I feel like, I don't know if I have the energy, and Darth, that's an I. No, that's an L. Limitus. Welcome in. Okay, go eat. Let's get some dubs. I feel like I should eat something. What happens when we reach 550? There was nothing crazy, but maybe we should do something. I don't know. Play a game. Right? I don't know. But thank you so much for helping me reach our goal of 550. I appreciate it. I'm a variety streamer right now. We've done a lot of chatting. Play a different game implies that we are playing a game currently. Having a good stream. I'm going to be close to 550 myself soon. Oh, that's awesome. I'm actually helping Darth get through Dead Space 3. Hey, no, hey, I appreciate it. Thank you for your help. I appreciate it. And enjoy the game. What's this guy called? Smooth My Groove. This is such a great remix. But enjoy your game. Enjoy your game. And thank you again for helping me reach our goal of 550. No, I don't know. I feel like I should probably do special things for goal meets, but I don't really know what to do. We tend to do ones for like rounder numbers, like 500. We did something. So we'll probably do something special for 600. Send help. Oh no, what's your cat doing? Oh, your cat looks so precious there. Thank you for that hydrate. He won't come out more than just his head. Oh, Gotham just wants to be safe in there. Thank you for that hydrate, Lampfrost, and thank you for bringing your friends in. I appreciate it. What was I saying? Can't remember. I didn't really have anything planned for 500. I just never know what to do. I feel like I don't know. I don't know how to make people happy, and that makes me sad. And that is the biggest struggle. I don't know. Well, hey, well then you'll have time to think about it. You'll have time to think about it, and if it happens sooner, even better. El Capitan! I haven't gotten a fist bump today. This one goes out to all the fist bumps that were never connected. You're still powerful and you're alright. You'll find your home. El Capitan, here's a fist bump for you. Everybody, thanks for helping me reach 550. If you'd like a fist bump, go ahead and punch your screen on the count 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, bam! I wanted to get it there before it went through the screen, so I had to say that really fast. I appreciate it. 24-hour jet chatting stream. Oh my gosh, I don't think I could not do that, even if I wasn't chatting. Have you recalled the podcast you talked about with Toloni and his painting stream? We haven't talked about it, but he did mention it. Sounds like a great idea. I will host your stream. Wait, to celebrate me reaching 600? But Balto, we showed the play-by-play earlier, FYI, and they loved it. And they said we did so well. And they're like, that guy Balto, he should be a streamer, not you, Jet. They're jumping ship already. Already jumping ship. Maybe every hour you change it to a new game and just chat in them. Just in different categories. Just keep switching. I definitely almost missed. You're right. I think the fist bump connected as it was switching over. It's not as big of a deal when we're on the just me screen, but when we're playing a game, I'm just so much smaller and in the corner here, and so I usually like to get the fist bump there before it's gone. I am loved by the people. You're a pro. Easy. Even Cap says that. Toloni and Friends podcast starring JPP, etc. And you get to wear your favorite cozy onesie. I would love to be a part of that podcast, right? It would be great. I've had an idea for not a podcast, but like an interview show, I suppose. It's just the logistics of figuring out that I think it's the reason why it hasn't happened. But I've had an idea for like a interview show where I have other streamers on here and I ask them questions and we chat. I like asking people questions, so we would just kind of chat and ask questions, maybe play a game. I don't really know how the game part would work, because it would have to be either on the Switch or the PS4, and I would like it to be a game that we would be able to play and talk at the same time. Jed, I feel like we could just shoot the proverbial poop for days, like when you did Amazon reviews. Yeah, 100%. That's kind of the vibe I'd be going for. Though I kind of have ideas for, like, I would want to ask them the basic questions of like, oh, why did you start streaming? What's that been like for you? What's the hardest part of streaming? Like, all that sort of stuff. Interview me, Jetty. Yeah, 100%. I would love to have everyone on. One at a time, obviously. But it's just the logistics of it that I'm just kind of like, that's the only reason why I haven't done it yet. The only reason why I haven't is because of just like, I'd have to figure out what games we play, like how that works. I don't know. Luckily, I will say now what's nice is I could do... Well, I guess that hasn't been a problem. I think we could get it to work. I don't know how... I would need to do a test at some point to see how it worked if maybe, like, if we do the call over, like a video call over Discord, how well my computer handles doing the video, like receiving video and putting it on OBS. I feel like, I don't know, maybe you won't have any troubles and I'm just worrying about nothing, but I don't know. I just feel like it's more processing that my computer needs to do. Maybe play a game. The tagline of Jed's stream. That's fair. That's fair. Maybe that should be on a shirt. We maybe play a game. See, Toloni's directing it properly in his stream. Let's do it. JPP interviews friends stream. Yeah, I want to... It would be kind of like a series that we would do maybe once a month, I think. Once or twice a month. And I would have a streamer on. We get to kind of get to know them more. My thought is, like, they could kind of advertise it to their community, so that way they can kind of like send in questions, and then they can like like, so that way it's also kind of like you get to, like, their community gets to know their streamer better as well. And I don't know, I'd kind of be like a host slash, what's that word where they, like a moderator almost, but like in a, but in a debate sort of, but not, it wouldn't be a debate, but you know what I mean. I'd be kind of like, a question from, like, at a con, like where they have are they called moderators? I don't know if they're called moderators. But, like, basically that, where people would send in questions and be like, so an arbiter, is that... I have heard the word arbiter before. I don't know if I couldn't tell you what it means. Wasn't it also a StarCraft unit as well? Like, StarCraft Brood War? Mediator? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. So I could kind of be like, here's a question from your community. They ask you, what is your favorite color? And why? Avatar. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, 100%. I'm the avatar of the interview. Arboretum. Yeah, I think that's it. So we might do something like that. And it would be easy if the person has Animal Crossing. It's easier because we could just kind of mess around in Animal Crossing and, like, go to their island and stuff too. If they don't, though, we would need to find a game that we could play that's, like, super chill, sort of, that we could play and chat without being too distracted. Like, it wouldn't be Apex, because, I mean, it could be, but there would be many breaks of, like, where we're just focused on the gameplay, and I want it to be more of, like, a talk show host type of, you know, get to know them sort of thing. Maybe we'll do a test run soon. I need to make some assets for it so that it looks nice. Rat play, that's also true. We could do that. We could. That's what I would do with Balto. If Balto is ever on the interview thing, even though he's not a streamer, he is a friend and would love to have him on there. We could do that. You can interview during Apex. Yeah, I was about to say we could do that because I know we would rat and we would just, nothing interesting would be happening in game until the 1 minute at the very, like, end where we're accidentally top 2 and it's the 1 minute of action where we die to the last team, who all have red shields and they've actually earned their way to the top, and we have just been sitting there hiding behind boxes and just talking. By the way, earlier I explained to them that I am a Sebastian stan, and how much you don't like the Winter Soldier. But maybe we'll do a test run soon, so I can test out how Discord handles video and, like, if it actually looks good and all that stuff. But I need, like, assets. I need things. And there was a name that I had. I had a name for it already, and I can't remember what it was. But it was a play off of Jet something. Like a... Oh, I think it was Jet Set Go or something like that. I think it was something like that. But was it Jet Set Go? Maybe I was saving that for something else. I can't remember. Anyway, I need to think of something. Jet Set Radio. It could, but that would be a little too maybe on the nose. But it would make sense though. I feel like that would totally make sense. We'll call it Jet Set Radio Future. How's that? How about Jet Set Radio? It could. How about Jet Radio? Jet Jadio. Ready Jet Go? Oh, that's also pretty good. Jet Chat Radio. Ready Jet. How about Jet, Jet, Jet? I like that. Jet, Jet, Jet. Jetty and the Pussycats. Might be pretty good. Benny and the Jets. That'd be awesome if I knew a streamer named. I do know there's Boba Benny. We we haven't seen her in a while, but there is another streamer named Boba Benny. If we had a podcast, that's what it should be called, but I don't foresee that happening. Trying to think. Anyway, we can come up with a name. I feel like it should be good. I do like Jet Set Radio. I don't know if Sega, was it Sega? Who made Jet Set Radio? I don't know if they would be coming after us though. It was made by Sega. Yeah. And a couple of other people, but I think it's mostly Sega. They might come after us if we do that. But I do like, it is such a cool name though. Like I said, if you have it Jet Set Radio, then you'll be in the clear. That's probably true. Dang. We'll think of something. It needs a cool intro too. Like, we need a cool intro. I did think about, it could be something pre-recorded and then I just play it live. But I don't know. We probably still want to interact with chat, so that's probably. And the thing is, and this is how we would have to work it out, is I feel like there would be some chat interaction, but I would be more focused on the interviewer. Or, I'm sorry, the interviewee. I'm the interviewer. It'd be more focused on them, like, and that conversation. I wouldn't be answering chat as much. But then there would probably be portions where we have chat kind of pop in or something. Burning the jet fuel. Oh, Burns and Jet podcast, love it. The jetpack monologue. It's not a monologue. It's a dialogue. That's the whole point. This is also more fun. Jet Set Radio Lounge. We already have the Jet Lounge. But it would be like a radio lounge because we'd be kind of lounging and chatting. Burnsy and Jet sounds like a sitcom. The Mana Jets. Trying to think. But Burnsy and the Jets. Hey, that sounds good. We are also less likely to get just sued. Probably with that. We'll think of some ideas, but I think maybe we'll do a test run. Maybe we'll do a test run soon. Once I come up with an intro, a format, the jet space. Oh, I like that. I do like that because you have a jetpack. I like that idea. It could be space themed, and that I would kind of want the intro to still look very like synthwave outrunny to match kind of our current intro and stuff, but there could be more space involved in the like visual overlays and things. Azure Burns pack. I like that. But the jet space is pretty nice. I like that. Jet Talk Radio. The jet space is cool. I like that name, Azure. I like that name. I might end up using it either for this or something else. Jet's Cozy Corner. That would be if like I could guarantee they would be in a onesie also. And once we become like super partners, which is probably going to be the next evolution of the Twitch, the super partner, of where I have my own studio, then I'll invite people in to the studio and there'll be like onesies that they can choose from. It'll be like that scene from Beauty and the Beast, and I'll be like, if you like it so much, it's yours. We'll pay for Burnsy in a onesie. That would be amazing. I was actually doing a podcast at some point, but I would need some co-hosts. Wait, what kind of onesie do you have? Well, 2. What do you have? I'll think of some more ideas, but I have some, you know, there needs to be some cool visuals for it to work. They are secrets. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll learn at some point. I've done a podcast before, so I feel comfortable with that. But yeah. Oh my gosh. Somehow I feel like that's not true. Azure. Oh, that's also a good idea, Burnsy. Wait till it's cool. Today, I'm actually not sweating very much. The other day when I was wearing the Timo one, oof, it was very warm. I was very sweaty. Today, not sweating really much at all. But it's much cooler in my apartment today, so it's good. Funny enough, I don't have a Pokemon one. Oh, well, maybe it's time. Actually, I think we are going to end here because I am starving. But thank you guys so much for hanging out today and chatting with me. You know, tomorrow maybe we'll play a game. maybe tomorrow we'll play a game. How's that sound? Let me see just really quick. I don't even know if anybody is on right now. And likely I won't stick around for very long because starving. Azure! Thank you so much for those bits. And thank you guys for helping me reach my goal of 550. Thanks for the rabbits. Yeah, anytime. Everybody, anytime you want rabbits, you know where to go. And that place is not here. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. Hey. I know where we should go, I think. Let's see if he's ending. This guy plays Pokemon Unite, by the way. I don't think he's playing it right now. He's playing it earlier. But he was playing... I think he's playing Smite right now, which I've never played before. Let's see. Let's see what he's doing. Let me see if he's still hanging around. But I know you guys like a good Pokemon Unite, so maybe you guys will like him too. He also plays Animal Crossing. We'll give him a good old hello. Even though I probably won't be able to hang out for very long because of hunger. But before I start the raid, because there's more things to say this time around. Let's see, where do we start? Ben MF64, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it, and thank you for the follow as well. Glad we got to chat with you guys about board games and stuff. Burnsy, thank you so much for the raid. Dia000, thank you for the follow. Azure gifted a sub to Outsider Life. I appreciate that. Boyd gifted a sub to Opons. Opons appreciate. Let's see. Or I'm sorry, Boyd. I appreciate. Opons. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Wizarino, thank you for the follow. Azure, thank you for the 131 bits today. Appreciate it. Gilmore, thank you for the resub. You have also reached a year. Amazing. Thank you so much for sticking around for this long, and thank you that it's also a tier 3 subscription. You are the only one, and I appreciate it. And also thank you to Big Moz and Darth for the follows. I appreciate. But now let's go give Hunter Levi Rothstein a raid. He's playing Smite currently. He was playing Pokemon Unite just before this, and I bet he could be convinced to play some more Pokemon Unite if he is, if he might be willing to. I don't know. I won't put words in his mouth, but he's great, very funny, very enjoyable to watch. And yeah, you should show him some love, give him a follow if you want. Maybe try to play some games with him. I don't know if anyone here plays Smite. Maybe join him in Smite, or maybe he wants to play some Pokemon Unite. If you guys want to play Pokemon Unite, I do not know, but he's great. But anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out today. Apologies if you were just hankering for some Mario plus Rabbids. We did not get to it today, but maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow's our day. I'll have to think of a new pun probably, or just rename this one and use another, or use this pun for tomorrow. I don't know yet. We'll figure it out. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for the support, the love that you showed me, guys. Showed me today, you guys. There you go. But I will see you tomorrow. I'll see you in Hunter Levi Rothstein's chat. Bye bye.